います。ただ回復スキルをたくさん積むということで、スタミナ
トレッチのカバンすっごく綺麗に治ったね。新しいベルトと一緒にまた思い出刻んでこ。シュバチともおそろリングしたいな。シンプルなのだったらつけてくれるかな。香港もいいよね。高い建物いっぱいあるし、夜景綺麗だし、タワーで乾杯とかしたいな。見に行きたいお洋服があって、でもママはお仕事あるみたいで一緒に来てくれる？
Oh my god.
今日もイベントやってるって。一緒に行こう。早く早く。最新トレンド聞くならやっぱりクラウン。セレブな情報もいっぱい知っててすごいの。お姉ちゃんとはよく一緒にお買い物行くんだ。センスよくて私に一番似合うの選んでくれるの。シュバチともおそろリングしたいな。シンプルなのだったらつけてくれるかな。お？寒くないよ。昔から平気なんだ。もしかして温める方法考えてくれてた？
違う。よーし。Hello. 'It's good. It's whatever. It's fine. It's like a little bit unusual.
VC. Parathorn.
Yeah, no, I'm not pronouncing it like that for an hour straight. For this video, we're going with how most fans pronounce it, which is Ferrothorn, not
That is how it's
Ferrothorn. Whoa.
pronounced.
Alright, here we go. Presenting another False Swipe gaming film, Ferrothorn's Tangle, a 7-hour Hungarian epic directed by Bella Tyranitar. Today, we're finally going over Ferrothorn, first introduced in Pokemon Black and White. Ferrothorn is unofficially the reason most Pokemon players are familiar with what a durian plant is, and is undoubtedly a massive help to anyone who has ever had to remember what the word Ferris means. Its thorny pods would also definitely give a new meaning to pod racing
Hey, why
if
is
it were
my-
ever to
where's my
appear in a Star Wars
Silas?
prequel. Today, we're going to examine how Ferrothorn performed in the
Where's my
competitive
Silas?
scene. Were its metal spikes as piercing as they appear, or does its flattened look really tell the story? We find out today because we finally asked,
Where's my
how
Silas?
great was Ferrothorn actually?
Where's my Villas? What happened? Where's my Villas? Hi, hello, hi. 你好, one sec, give me a second. What is this app? What is this app? Active. What happened to my Vivless? Why? I'm in a VC. Is everything else okay? Oh, something has gone wrong with the Fujitech thing? I think it's broken. I think it's down. Okay, hi chat. C chat testing. Hi test 1 2 3. Emotes don't show up on the overlay. I see. Oh, okay. Let me just refresh it for you guys. Well, emotes. There you guys go. Boom. Boom. Try chunky test. Go. Try. Slam it, guys. Come on. Emote. Try emotes. Okay. I think I have to reset it. Không. Hi, testing. Hi, Sam Guide. This thing is down. Emotes. Hi, Sam Guide. No working. Oh, I'm not sure how last time I fixed it, but I fixed it last time. No Goa. You see. Testing chat. There we go. Nice. Very cool. Alright, I'm just gonna be doing runs while I play like a documentary or something. I cannot be asked. I need to hit this. I need to hit this. This is like, I'm so homeless, bro. I'm gonna watch a video.
Oh man, buckle up because
and then just hit. Like, what else can I do, bro? What else can I do? What more can I do? I'm gonna be in the mines for a bit. So
we got what is basically a feature-length film ahead of us, and I know I'm fiending for more films after exhausting the catalog on my US Netflix. If only I could just obtain more content. Oh wait, I can, because this biopic is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is an app and
cool.
We'll be going over these competitive formats. Ferrothorn was instantly one of the best new Pokemon introduced by Generation 5 ever since day 1 and never missed a step. Its unprecedented typing was incredible, packing a plethora of crucial, rarely seen together resistances. Being able to answer both water and dragon moves was nearly non-existent before, but here Ferrothorn was. It also packed an incredible electric resistance and, just as importantly, a neutrality to ice, making it the most perfect water type counter ever designed.
Today,
dominating the likes of Starmie and Gyarados in ways no Pokemon had before. Additionally, it boasted the achievement of almost single-handedly knocking Suicune, previously a 3-time OU Titan, down to UU for the first time. Ferrothorn being a defensive steel that was neutral to Earthquake was incredible as well, and being a defensive grass neutral to Flying and Bug had lots of use too. The two typings just complemented each other perfectly. Ferrothorn wasn't going to be easy to wear down passively either, thanks to its incredible immunity to Sandstorm, Toxic, and Leech Seed, as well as its Stealth Rock resistance. That same rock resistance allowed it to shrug off powerful stone edges, and it was afforded an amazing resistance to Dark as well, letting it take both Choice Band Tyranitar stab moves with ease. These resists were complemented perfectly by its incredible bulk and support move pool. Ferrothorn easily switched into several of the scariest moves in the game, from Draco Meteors to rain boosted Hydro Pumps, and proceeded to do whatever its team needed, which usually involved irritating the daylights out of the opponent. It could get up Stealth Rock, it could easily stack multiple layers of spikes, it could weaken the opponents while keeping itself healthy with Leech Seed, potentially accentuated by Protect. It could even spread paralysis with Thunder Wave. Ferrothorn was no weak passive wall either, with a great base attack stat and 2 high-powered stabs with useful coverage and Power Whip and Gyro Ball. Ferrothorn could hit back and hit back hard. Additionally, thanks to its amazing ability Iron Barbs, it could even play offense while on defense. It was able to punish moves like U-turn and Rapid Spin beautifully, sometimes even choosing to take it one step further by holding a Rocky Helmet, though it usually enjoyed the longevity of Leftovers recovery. Ferrothorn was a big reason why Spike's teams didn't need to run a Ghost type for Rapid Spin protection nearly as much as in the previous generation. Sure, it hurt that the Rotom appliances were no longer Ghost type, but it almost didn't matter, as Ferrothorn completely dominated the previous best spinner around, Starmie, and with Iron Barbs, chipped it for even attempting to spin at all. With the power of Ferrothorn both as a spiker and an all-walling behemoth, Spike's teams became incredibly powerful and metagame defining, whether on offense, balance, stall, rain, sand, or weatherless. The only style that just about never used Ferrothorn was Sun, which was understandable given that grass types they used were their offensive chlorophyll sweepers, such as Venusaur and Sawsbuck. No matter where Ferrothorn wound up, it was amazing. Its passive damage was accentuated more on sand, but its fire weakness was significantly diluted on rain, to the point where Leech Seed and Leftovers would often out-heal the flimsy hidden power fires aimed at it. Ferrothorn made for incredible defensive combinations with other bulky Pokemon. The Ferrothorn Jellicent Core, otherwise known as Ferrocent, was an instant classic for the pair's ability to completely devour each other's weaknesses, while Jellicent provided extra insurance against Rapid Spin, and the two were both excellent against the rain teams that were everywhere. Ferrothorn and Heatran were similarly excellent, and Heatran could get up rocks so Ferrothorn could focus on spiking and leech seeding every everything in sight, and those were mainly for sand teams. The combination of Ferrothorn and Rain Dish Tentacruel under Rain gave everyone who faced them a nightmare, as they were both unkillable and dished out absurdly suffocating passive damage. Ferrothorn didn't just make great defensive pairings either, its spikes were great at making offensive teammates like Latios even more threatening, while Ferrothorn was the perfect defensive fallback for those offensive pokes to switch to when forced out by a revenge killer. Sure, Ferrothorn wasn't immortal, it had its weak points that could be exploited, mostly being vulnerable to Magnezone, but there was a reason it was always at the very top of usage stats. It didn't matter how predictable Ferrothorn was. What it brought to the table was so ridiculously good that it was always going to be a consistent performer game in and game out. And that was just Black and White 1 too. Ferrothorn managed to become even better when Black and White 2 arrived. Sure, the addition of Keldeo meant Ferrothorn wasn't as lights out against Rain anymore, but it worked the other way too. Yeah. Keldeo was also another offensive Pokemon who loved Ferrothorn's spike support in breaking down several of its checks. The main reason Ferrothorn got better in Black and White 2 though was because it could now legally use all 3 of Stealth Rock, Spikes, and Leech Seed on the same set, whereas it had been limited to 2 of the 3 in Black and White 1. While Sand Team still preferred the Spikes Leech Seed Protect set, this change allowed it to compress an absolute ton of utility into one slot on offensive Rain teams, which became even more threatening than ever. As the metagame continued to develop years after Generation 5 was in the past, users of Rain teams came to a stunning realization. Leech Seed Ferrothorn was genuinely impossible to switch into safely for them, and KOing it was astonishingly difficult as well. Many games involved Politoed and Tentacruel praying for a burn as they scalded it repeatedly, hoping they wouldn't be KO'd by Power Whip first. And no matter the result, one player was going to be seriously unhappy the RNG didn't go their way. The only Pokemon that could switch into Leech Seed that actually fit on these Rain teams was either Poison Heal Breloom, which was difficult to fit and was often redundant with Ferrothorn, or, well, their own Ferrothorn, which was far more common. What happens in a Pharaoh on Pharaoh battle? Maximum hazards are set, then they play a game of chicken to see who's going to switch out first. Neither of them is going to want anything else on their team to switch into Leech Seed with maximum hazards up, but they also don't want to run out of Leech Seed PP. But they also can't spam attacks at each other because of Iron Barbs, so they just spam hazards and try to figure out when to best switch out. It's incredibly awkward, and this problem was eventually solved by using a move that was previously immensely overlooked: Knockoff. The move was still weak in Generation 5, but its usage in Generation 6 had caused Gen 5 players to reconsider it as they began to see the power of the item removing effect. Yes folks, that is what Rain offense became. The only way such teams could counter Leech Seed Ferrothorn was by switching to their own Ferrothorn and using Knockoff. They would still get into a maxed out Hazard War and subsequent game of chicken, but at least the opposing Ferrothorn would be severely hindered for the rest of the game, as its survivability was noticeably decreased without leftovers. As a result, Ferrothorn's new standard set on these teams was the same, just with Knockoff over Leech Seed. Knockoff was of course a great move even when the opponent didn't have Ferrothorn, and as such, Sand teams with Ferrothorn began using the move as well. Even if their great longevity meant they didn't need to cripple the opposing Ferrothorn at all costs, it was still valuable for its permanent effect against something like Heat Ray. Sand Ferrothorn stopped using Leech Seed too. There were just too many games where it didn't do enough. Instead, it started experimenting with Worry Seed, whose effect of changing the opponent's ability to Insomnia had several useful applications. It ruined obnoxious Poison Heal Breloom thinking that it had a free switch in. It was similarly useful for Gliscor and Reuniclus, and it even followed Ferrothorn to escape from Magnezone, allowing it to set up hazards without worrying about being trapped at least once. Ferrothorn could really do whatever it wanted. It could even go offensive. No, not Choice Band. That set was surprisingly adept, but saw little serious tournament use, though its shockingly powerful Gyro Ball destroyed many unsuspecting resistant targets such as Lucario. Ferrothorn was still a tremendous defensive and support Pokemon even with no bulk investment beyond maximum HP, and it seemed that everyone dealt with it by burning it. Rain teams did so through Scald, while many Sand teams employed the particularly popular strategy of Will-O-Wisping it with Rotom Wash, allowing Excadrill to keep hazards off against Ferrothorn more reliably. Now, Ferrothorn was so good that it usually excelled even when taking burns on a regular basis. However, some players had experimented with pairing Ferrothorn with another grass type, Poison Heal Breloom, or Amoonguss, designed to absorb burns from water types, significantly increasing Ferrothorn's longevity and reliability. It was a successful strategy on Spike's balance, but not one well suited for more aggressive offensive teams. So on teams such as Rain offense, Ferrothorn began using an adamant nature with heavy attack investment and equipped itself with a Lumberry. Now it would devour the burn from Rotom and Power Whip it into oblivion, while being similarly threatening against Politoed and Tentacruel that dared stay in on it. And a boosted Power Whip really slammed even bulky Excadrill. It wasn't going to have perfect longevity if it was burned anyway, so the loss of leftovers wasn't too much of a problem. Since this Ferrothorn was meant meant for use on highly aggressive teams, and even without leftovers or bulk beyond max HP, it could still easily perform its usual duties of getting hazards, switching into Pokemon like Latios, and of course knocking off other Ferrothorn, all while counteracting one of the few popular methods that had traditionally been used to deal with it. All in all, Ferrothorn was perhaps the single most significant new Pokemon introduced by Generation 5. Sure, there were plenty of other excellent candidates, several of which were banned to Ubers, but none of them had the nearly endlessly vast utility of Ferrothorn. Even Drizzle
Guys, I
Politoed
think
had
Ferrothorn is quite strong, guys. I think Ferrothorn is strong.
trouble matching Ferrothorn's sheer level of influence. Sure, it was Rain, but Ferrothorn fit beyond Rain. Ferrothorn defined Generation 5 OU like nothing else, and completely changed the game. Ferrothorn certainly didn't stop at OU though. On day one, it also established itself as one of the best Pokemon in Ubers. With its resist-laden typing, huge bulk, and access to spikes, it was almost as if it had been designed for the tier. It was an incredible answer to none other than Kyogre, and loved partnering with it as well. It can easily come in on thunders aimed at Ogre to stack spikes or harass the opponent with Leech Seed, and appreciated Ogre's Rain, reducing its fire weakness. Additionally, Ferrothorn wasn't only a reliable absorber of the metagame's many dragon moves, it was one of a mere two
I'll
Pokemon in the
update
tier
the
to resist both
run
Zekroms'
counter
mighty stabs, and it
after
was
I finish
far
this run.
bulkier than Excadrill.
If I glue
Ferrothorn
this
wasn't
run,
only good on Rain
I update
either.
the run
Sure,
counter
the
for you
Feral
guys.
Cruel
It'll
combination
surprise
wreaked
you.
havoc on Ubers as well, but also like in OU, Ferrothorn's incredible utility made it an incredible addition to just about any of the Spikes balanced teams that dominated the tier, be they Rain, Sun, or Sand. It was astonishingly, possibly even more consistent than an OU. Would-be foils such as Magnezone and Reuniclus were non-existent in Ubers, while Latios ran Soul Dew instead of choice items, and thus did not pack Trick. Ferrothorn performed on a game-to-game basis with unmatched reliability. In addition to countering monsters such as Kyogre and Zekrom, Ferrothorn even staved off many variants of none other than Arceus, including the Extreme Killer.
Wait, people call Arceus Arceus? I read it as Arceus. Wait, it's pronounced Arceus?
And that just about says it all. And Ferrothorn could simply do no wrong in Generation 5. Ferrothorn is quite the curious beat in doubles. While its Swiss Army arsenal of entry hazards and residual damage make it a formidable singles presence, it's common knowledge that VGC is a faster paced metagame, where Ferrothorn's value as a pivot isn't as necessary. Although VGC squads consist of 6 Pokemon, you still have to consider how the Pokemon will function when it eventually hits the field in a 4-mon formation. And Ferrothorn simply takes up a lot of real estate for a Pokemon whose claim to fame is doing nothing. However, the same restricted team size is what gives Ferrothorn its own niche. With only 4 Pokemon to contend with, Ferrothorn is more likely than usual to serve as a strict roadblock to the opponent's team. In this way, Ferrothorn can paradoxically become even more potent than in singles, as a strict win con achievable through just minor maneuvering. With only 4 Pokemon on the opponent's side, if you knock out the Ferrothorn answers and have got the Spike Ball in the back, the game is as good as won. It let it Leech Seed up and win the game. Really, Ferrothorn is basically Shedinja. That's just how polarizing the matchup can be. If you brought this thing against an ill-prepared team, get ready to see them quake in their boots. Ferrothorn itself has had pretty much one set throughout the years, with some notable exceptions we'll get to later. Leech Seed, Protect, Gyro Ball, and Power Whip. In the early days, you mostly saw it with leftovers for additional longevity, and its EVs were spread for maximum survivability. All the better to stall out the game with. Its offensive presence was also not to be scoffed at, although it was of course at its best with Trick Room support from mons such as Cresselia and the like. Because Ferrothorn itself didn't change much, its usage was highly dependent on the metagame surrounding it. As a Pokemon whose #1 priority was simply to not be knocked out, Ferrothorn's viability was often inverse to the presence of its only 2 weaknesses, fighting and fire types. If the opponent was likely to have something that could deal heavy damage to Ferrothorn, putting it on your team was basically committing to very heavy dead weight. So in a fighting heavy metagame like 2011, Ferrothorn was an awful choice. While in 2012, it was slightly more prevalent. In general, there are a few common meta trends that define Ferrothorn throughout its entire lifespan. As in singles, it functions very well in Rain and Sand for obvious reasons, but it's also one of the best Rain counters out there due to its natural resistances and ability to obliterate water types even with minimal investment. Let's not forget that it's got a surprisingly high attack stat to back up those power whips. In a similar vein, Ferrothorn is arguably the best Rotom Wash counter in existence, and has been since it first emerged, a great title to have since Rotom Wash itself is often ubiquitous. Finally, Ferrothorn is a good tank against dragon moves, though it had to be wary of stray Fire Blast from the likes of Hydreigon. All of this combined made 2012 a more hospitable environment, although Ferrothorn certainly still wasn't taking the world by storm. It was a mon you absolutely had to be prepared for, but the general sentiment was that Ferrothorn was something of a gatekeeper for noobs. If you hadn't marked off quote-unquote Ferrothorn counter on your team building checklist, you simply hadn't put in the work, considering how easy it was to slap a hidden power fire or some other coverage on any given Pokemon. That said, one trainer gave Ferrothorn results to be proud of, Luke Swinson, who did well with Ferrothorn at Fall Regionals and eventually took it all the way to top 8 of the US Nationals. Luke's Ferrothorn was bog standard, but he built his regionals team purely around eliminating Ferrothorn threats, trademarked that one, and saw good results. However, it was by actually reducing Ferrothorn to a more role player that Luke found his national success, acknowledging that Ferrothorn's mere presence on a team sheet was enough to give the opponent second thoughts. That said, we should still acknowledge some of his Ferrotech. Again, let's copyright that, namely a Sableye with Prankster Bird and Trick Lagging Tail to let Ferrothorn move first, as well as Intimidate support from Gyarados. However, Ben was really the only player to make Ferrothorn work in 2012, and while it wasn't an uncommon sight to see pop up, the rest were often co-signed to a Tulsi exit as soon as they appeared. 2013 made way for a select few more Ferrothorn players. Miguel Martin de la Torre gave it an 8th place finish at the Milan Nationals, and 2 Ferrothorns popped up in top 16 of Australian Nationals courtesy of Marcus Raj and the eventual champion Ben Kilby. Ben's rain-based Ferrothorn team may have taken home the Australian top honors, but the same squad finished just 44th at Worlds, stymied by a spread of Heatrans and Volcaronas that made Ferrothorn's life very, very hard. At this point, we should also mention that Ferrothorn faced stiff competition from Amoonguss as a fellow grass type. Ferrothorn finished Gen 5 mostly a doubles afterthought, something to keep your eye out for, but nowhere near the universal usage it saw in singles. Ferrothorn wasn't too popular in the early stages of XYOU. Many players viewed it as not much more than a Spikes machine, and with Generation 6's Defog buff, Spikes as a whole just about disappeared from the metagame, and as such, so did Ferrothorn. However, it didn't take too long before players remembered that Ferrothorn had one of the most astonishing defensive profiles in the game, and quickly put it to use. At first, it didn't even bother using hazards. It simply used Leech Seed, Protect, and its stab moves, and was incredibly effective at walling enormous portions of the metagame, even countering most variants of the terrifying future Ubers Aegislash and Greninja. Greninja didn't start running Hidden Power Fire until Ferrothorn came around, and even then, not all variants did. Plus, those that did run Hidden Power Fire would have their overall coverage severely limited, given how specific the move was. Thus, even when Ferrothorn itself couldn't answer Greninja, it still managed to make Greninja worse. Additionally, Ferrothorn was generally far less threatened by Hidden Power Fire from other Pokemon like Latios and Magnezone, thanks to the move's base power nerf. Sure, Ferrothorn didn't love that its steel typing no longer resisted Dark and Ghost, but it also gained an immensely useful resist to the new Fairy type, allowing Ferrothorn to switch in against the many Moonblasts and Play Roughs flying around. It could also switch in with ease against the increasingly popular Poison and Steel moves aimed at these same Fairy types. Then Oraz came around, and the player base realized that Spikes were so excellent by virtue of Ferrothorn having approximately 1 million opportunities to switch in per game, and the fact that the Defoggers really weren't that reliable. Put simply, if one relied on Defog to deal with Spikes, Ferrothorn would ruin them, sticking around forever with Leech Seed and removing leftovers with Knockoff. Spike stacking teams came to dominate the metagame, and Ferrothorn usage exploded. Now, it wasn't always the Spiker since Skarmory was also great, but Ferrothorn was definitely the easier Pokemon to slot on a team thanks to its amazing defensive profile, which forcibly shaped the metagame. It forced Mega Metagross to run Hammer Arm or pair with Magnezone if it didn't want to be hopelessly walled, while famed Balance Breaker Tail Glow Manaphy was forced to compromise its coverage with Hidden Power Fire if it wanted to actually break the balance teams Ferrothorn anchored so reliably. Ferrothorn wasn't only an amazing defensive Pokemon, it also paired well with other amazing defensive Pokemon such as Clefable, Gliscor, and Mega Latios, forming excellent bulky cores that covered each other's weaknesses with aplomb while wearing the opposition down through residual damage, which of course included Ferrothorn's Spikes and Leech Seeds, accentuated further by its knockoffs. Ferrothorn was a beacon of flexibility, consistency, and reliability. Plus, for all its defensive prowess, it fit on offensive teams beautifully as well. After all, the tools it provided were highly aggressive ones that fast-paced threats loved being paired with, and to provide such tools while having such a valuable defensive profile was just wonderful. Rocks and Spikes, Knockoff, Leech Seed, Thunder Wave, actually hard-hitting stabs that threatened heavy damage, even KOs against common offensive Pokemon, even those with solid natural bulk to them like Keldeo, to play defense against some of the scariest Pokemon around without being passive, and to aggressively support without losing amazing defensive
Uh-oh.
value, Ferrothorn could really do it all. Even its weaknesses could be taken advantage of. Using Magnezone to remove Ferrothorn, oops, Mega Alakazam just traced Magnapole and set up 6 Calm Minds. Alternatively, Ferrothorn would knock off Magnezone's Scarf, and then a teammate like Mega Metagross would go berserk. Seeing as how many teams relied on Magnezone to remove Ferrothorn since Ferrothorn effortlessly walled so much, this was potentially game-breaking. And it's just one anti-Ferrothorn poke that Ferrothorn could easily take its advantage. This was the mark of a truly elite Pokemon. It was almost without drawback, as long as it was used conscientiously. Ferrothorn's range was nearly limitless. It just depended on what its team and its user wanted it to do. Remove the abilities Gliscor, Clefable, and even Magnezone relied on, Worry Seed had that covered. Needing to actually hit Clefable without the easily stalled Gyro Ball? Sure, just tack on Iron Head instead. Some players really got extreme with their experimentation. Even the likes of Explosion, Toxic, and Rest saw the briefest of uses. The best part was, no matter how wacky you got, Ferrothorn was still going to perform in pretty much every game. It was gonna get hazards, and it was gonna shrug off Draco Meteor, and it was gonna be annoying in about 6 other ways too. As such, Ferrothorn was one of the most defining, superb Pokemon in Generation 6 O.
Guys. Time to update the number. Time to update the counter. Let's go. Let's go. How many runs are we in? Let's see. See this run counter? You see this run counter? We left off at 154 runs yesterday. Today, just now, I just finished the run with 3.9 long B. That is our... Let's see. Guys, guess the amount of long S runs. Guess the amount of long S runs in 17 runs. Yo, the Vivlorb's economy is unknown. We might have to cancel the thing. 60k Vivlorbs gone. Yeah, all of them are slimed. Wait.
for
Oh,
you.
wow.
It could and did do it all, and it did it over and over and over again, even when you knew it was coming. In fact, it sometimes counted on you knowing it was coming, and that was something it could count on pretty much every time. Ferrothorn wasn't as outright dominant in Gen 6 Ubers. It had direct competition as a defensive spiking steel type with Klefki, who had the invaluable trait of being the best check to the most monstrous Pokemon in the game, Xerneas. However, Ferrothorn was still thoroughly excellent, as it could do one crucial thing Klefki couldn't dream of: answer Kyogre. This was key in early XY, when Specs Kyogre was everywhere, and became even more key in ORAS when Primal Kyogre joined the fray. Additionally, the Lighty Twins regained the Soul Dude they'd been missing in XY, and became both top defoggers and offensive threats. Ferrothorn, of course, ruined them on both fronts. What else did Ferrothorn take on? Oh, just Arceus, no big deal. Not only was it solid at managing the E-Killer and Calm Mind variants, Ferrothorn also took advantage of the weak passive defog Arceus forms like nothing else. If you were relying on defog Arceus to keep your side of the field free from spikes, Ferrothorn was gonna make you pay for it. As if all that wasn't enough, Ferrothorn also stifled several other threats such as Mega Kangaskhan, helped pivot around monstrously powerful moves like Deoxys Attack's Psycho Boost and Mega Mewtwo-Y's Psy Strike, and was annoying to pretty much everything just by spamming Leech Seed, given the tier's lack of immunities, and could act as an excellent lure to threats like Ho-Oh and Primal Groudon with Toxic. So at the end of the day, yes, Ferrothorn wasn't as outright dominant as it had been in Generation 5 Ubers, but it was still absolutely elite. Imagine that, being this good in Ubers of all tiers was actually a step down for Ferrothorn. What a monster. Generation 6 brought with it a major realignment of power, first to Fairy types, and secondly to the newly amped Mega Evolution. As luck would have it, both were just the thing Ferrothorn needed to find a place in the VGC metagame. Its proficiency at checking Fairies should be self-evident, but its place in the Mega meta may take a bit more explanation. Throughout 2014, there were 3 Mega Pokemon that absolutely dominated the game: Kangaskhan, Mawile, and Charizard Y. In that order, Ferrothorn coincidentally has a matchup spread against those Megas that follows.
Is this a pity run? Is this a pity run, chat? Is this a
Incredible
pity run?
against Kangaskhan, okay against Mawile, and a total liability against Dart.
Is this a
Ferrothorn
pity
greatly
run?
appreciated the physical heavy metagame, which gave it a chance to get involved past being a late game win con in the back. Mega Kangaskhan had to think twice about attacking into a potential Ferrothorn slot, which, when considering a Rocky Helmet and Iron Barbs combo, was likely to tear up Kang's mitts just from the recoil damage. Mawile similarly didn't appreciate Ferrothorn's physical prowess. However, Mawile posed other problems for Ferrothorn as a potential competitor for a steel type slot on the team. And with Charizard Y and Talonflame running around, there were certainly plenty of fiery threats to Ferrothorn's continued presence
plus
on the
340
field.
skill
Fairy
points.
types decreased fighting types usage and increased fire type presence. Fire had a good matchup against Fairies and against the steel types that beat them, such
We
as
have
Mawile,
recovery.
Aegislash,
Come on.
and of
Pity
course
run.
Ferrothorn.
Pity run.
Ferrothorn
We're going
loved see
to
it
have
run
enough
wash,
stamina
the
for
same
every
couldn't
single
be
race.
said
We're
for
gonna
Rotom
hit
Heat, who was its
all-
worst nightmare in Team Preview,
all
other than Charizard and Heat
the
Round, of
skills.
course. However, its sheer usefulness against
Lawless.
2014's top dog made Ferrothorn a very useful Pokemon to have on a team. If other parts of your team can handle Charizard or Manectric, or whatever other Mega Pokemon there might be, Ferrothorn was a potentially indispensable aid for Kangaskhan, and still quite capable of being a win con on its own. The first player to show Ferrothorn's potential was none other than 3-time champ Ray Rizzo, who piloted his Ferrothorn to a win at the very first regionals of the format in Virginia. In typical Ray fashion, he innovated an EV spread that would shake up the metagame for months to come. Although in this case, it wasn't putting defensive EVs on an offensive Pokemon, it was putting offensive EVs on a defensive Pokemon. Ray's significant attack investment and Lumberry alongside Ferrothorn's brave nature made it an even more incredible Rotom Wash counter, as it could now tank a Will-O-Wisp and pick up a one-hit KO in return. This was important as Rotom Wash was even more prevalent because it was pretty good at what Ferrothorn did too, namely checking physical attackers. That's why Ray had one on his team after all. Rotom and Ferro had excellent synergy typing wise and in their ability to totally stonewall opposing physical threats, and it was rare to see Ferrothorn without one. Ray's EV spread and Lumberry were quick to catch on, although you'd still see Rocky Helmet or a defensive build sometimes as well. Ray's victory in Virginia portended quite a few significant Ferrothorn placements down the road. Winter Regionals saw a collective 5 Ferrothorns among the top 8 of 4 different tournaments. Credit to Scott Glaza, Casey Trevor, and Paul Hornack in Missouri, Salem, and Long Beach respectively, and to Ray and Steven Scruggs in Orlando, where Ray took 5th and Steven notched a silver medal finish. Ferrothorn hovered at about about a 10% usage for most of the season, and while it wasn't meta-defining, it was certainly a frequent sight in top 8s, even in other regions. Another 5 Ferrothorn players made top 8 at the Battle Road Gloria qualifiers in Japan across 3 tournaments. Spring regionals showcased more of the same, with another 5 Pharaohs in top 8. Jason Artie Winja took 7th in Seattle, while Trista Ryuzaki Medin finished 8th in Madison. And special notice has to be paid to Athens, Georgia, where Ed Glover, Daniel Bird, and Andre Alta were able to come together to give Ferrothorn 3 placements in 1 top 8. So certainly an improvement from about 3 top 8s in total the year prior. As Worlds approached, Ferrothorn usage slightly dropped, but it was still putting up some good results. Ben Kiriko placed 8th at the Italy Nationals using a Ferrothorn heavily inspired by Rays. Ferrothorn also saw significant play in the Oceanic region, although by this point you should know that we don't have full names for results for some results in this region. Nevertheless, you can see from the results that Ferrothorn was quite prevalent down under, including at Australian Nationals, where you can tell that Ash Bakar gave it 5th place and Michael Warzicki took home a silver medal. However, there wasn't a single Ferrothorn to be seen at the US Nationals top 8, a sign of things to come at Worlds. You see, by Worlds, players had caught on to the fact that Kangaskhan was dominating the meta, and everyone and their mother came prepared with its counters. Mawile, Aegislash, and yeah, Ferrothorn. So what we actually saw was a decent amount of Ferrothorn play, but with
I want to watch the
incredible
Greninja
results.
video.
Because with fewer Kangaskhan's, Ferrothorn did worse, and the truly perceptive players were already one step of the adaptation, bringing excessive coverage for the Mawiles they knew would be coming, which happened to also handle Ferrothorn pretty well. The highest placing Ferrothorn player at Worlds was Ben Kiriko, who had shifted his Ferrothorn to be, in his words, quote, less of an offensive Pokemon necessarily, and more of a win condition that attacks things, end quote. Ben placed 15th, and while 5 other players brought Ferrothorn, they all placed outside of the top 16. However, Ferrothorn's less than stellar performance at Worlds didn't prevent players from bringing it to the last events of the format, and because 2014 took so long to end, players got to try on one more set of fall regionals with the same metagame, where, true to form, Ferrothorn found itself as a minor member of multiple top 8s, credit to Enosh Shakar's 3rd place in Philadelphia, Javier Madrid's 4th in Phoenix, and Colton Leibert's 7th in San Jose. Finally, Guan Yang Zi, also known as Level 51, gave Ferrothorn a nice send-off to 2014 by winning the Singapore Asia Cup qualifier with the same Ferrothorn spread Ben Kiriko had brought to World, albeit with leftovers instead of Rocky Helmet. Unfortunately for Ferrothorn, 2015 turned up the heat, reintroducing Heatran, Volcarona, Chandelure, and Entei, as well as establishing new threats such as Mega Camerupt. Nevertheless, some players continued to use Ferrothorn, and it remained the somewhat common sight in regional top 8s, sporting exactly the same set as before. Take a look at Winter Regionals and you'll see the same patterns as previously. About 1 Ferrothorn in each top 8, whether it was Amar Beg's Mega Camerupt team or Russian Sakar's Mega Kangaskhan. Special mention, however, to Alberto Lara, who showed that Ferrothorn could function in unexpected conditions by winning California Regionals with a hyper-offensive team that made use of Mega Salamence and Sylveon's dual spread moves to clear a path for Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn continued to pop up in other regional top 8s as well, whether it was Eden Bachelor in the UK, Gabriel Voon and Joshua Pethick in Perth, or Joaquin Page in Mexico City. However, it was clear that it wasn't as premier a threat it had been the year prior. Don't tell that to Alberto though. He continued to show how potent Ferrothorn could be with an offensive lineup, as he was able to win his 2nd regional of the format in Utah with a similar hyper-offensive build to his California team. Alberto wasn't the only player to give Ferrothorn a 1st place finish. Joaquin Capuzano also managed to put together a gold medal run at Mexico City's 2nd regionals after he had used the same team to place 2nd a few months prior. Ferrothorn also made a couple of national appearances. Brendan Webb gave it a 6th place finish in Australia, and Jamie Miller took 7th in the UK. But more telling was the amount of Ferrothorns that placed outside of top 8. People were still occasionally using it, but struggled to find the same success they had. That trend held true going into Worlds, where despite 4 finishes in the top 32, there wasn't a single Ferrothorn in the top 16, cementing 2015 as one of Ferrothorn's more fallow years results-wise. The weather wars that dominated 2016 made for quite a polarizing environment for Ferrothorn. On the one hand, you had Kyogre, the greatest starter that Ferrothorn could ever hope for, a bulwark against potential fire types, and a terrifying mon in its own right. And then, of course, there was Groudon. While Groudon was a big threat to Ferrothorn, the sun honestly wasn't as bad as you might think. Chances are, if Ferrothorn was getting hit by a fire move, it was already dead to rights anyway. That said, Ferrothorn still did not appreciate staring down a Groudon. It also has to be said that Ferrothorn was an excellent answer to Xerneas, who was of course one of the most dominant Pokemon of the format, and it didn't do too shabby against Rayquaza either, making it a powerful answer to Ray Ogre teams in its own right, as well as a powerful asset to them. As you might expect, most Ferrothorn teams were deployed on Kyogre teams, and it was able to put up a good scattering of results across all regions, with the 2 highest placings being Joshua Callister's 2nd place at Adelaide Regionals and Ure Nunez's 2nd in Italian Nationals, but still no gold medal to call its own. Shoutouts to the Iconoclasts who were actually able to make Ferrothorn without Kyogre, including Brandon Miller's 7th place at Adelaide Regionals, Joseph Doe's 4th in Sydney, Daniel Bagule's 3rd in Perth, and Stefan Smygok's 8th place at US Nationals. At Worlds, Ferrothorn's only recorded finish was Matthias Suchodolski's 16th place, but it found a nice epilogue to its Gen 6 performance after Worlds, when Matthias was able to give the same team a 1st place finish at the Dortmund Regional, meaning Ferrothorn at least got to take 1 gold medal home in every year of Generation 6. So not bad for a mon that used to be known as a noob buster. Ferrothorn more or less reprised its Gen 6 role in Gen 7. It went through some major changes, but the overall role wound up essentially the same. First, the negative changes. Ferrothorn was now threatened as a defensive Pokemon than it ever had been before by the addition of Z moves, whose Z crystals also allowed their holders immunity to Ferrothorn's knockoff. Its Thunder Wave was less threatening as well, with the nerf to the speed drop and accuracy. However annoying though these nerfs were, they were almost unnoticeable in comparison to those changes that allowed Ferrothorn to absolutely thrive in OU once again. Right off the bat, several new additions, which were instantly among the most popular Pokemon in OU, were dealt with in some capacity by Ferrothorn. It loved the infestation of 5 new fairy types in Magearna and the 4 Tapus. Not only did it resist their fairy stab, it resisted their secondary stabs too, and it hit all of them back hard, with the exception of Magearna, who still didn't take kindly to Leech Seed. Sure, Ferrothorn had to contend with the occasional fighting type coverage, but simply being able to fend off the stabs was already huge in helping its team deal with these Pokemon. And of course, if there was ever a Pokemon that could take a stray super effective hit, even one from such powerful threats, it was Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn also helped deal with the immensely frightening Battle Bond Greninja, resisting Hydro Pumps and fending off even neutral Dark Pulses with ease, sticking around all game, standing as an immovable wall in the face of its attempt to evolve into Ash Greninja. Speaking of sticking around all game, Ferrothorn was a big fan of the Tapu's existence for another reason. It was a major beneficiary of both grassy and misty terrain. The former gave it even more passive damage, which was amazing in and of itself, and strengthened Ferrothorn's power whip, while the latter meant Ferrothorn didn't have to fear Scald Burns. That brings us to another excellent boon Gen 7 gave Ferrothorn, the Burn nerf. Now Burn only dealt 6.25% as opposed to its previous 12.5%, meaning that it wouldn't even outdamage leftovers. It was effectively Sandstorm. This meant that Ferrothorn no longer had to fear being put on a timer if it switched into Toxapex and ate a Burn. It would truck on almost completely unperturbed. Speaking of Toxapex, the Ferropex combination quickly became the stuff of nightmares, as the two paired for an absolutely nightmarish mishmash of defensive walling, hazard spam, passive damage, and self-healing. Speaking of Leech Seed, there was yet another amazing new Pokemon Ferrothorn paired up with beautifully, Celesteela. Together the two spammed Leech Seed to high heaven all over entire opposing teams. Of course, as always though, Ferrothorn was primarily thought of as a defensive Pokemon, and did fit perfectly on defensive spike stacking teams alongside Clefable and Gliscor and Mega Latias, as it always did. It also fit beautifully on offense teams as well. It had all sorts of applications, from its great useful traits of hazard pressure and defensive utility, to more specific scenarios like knocking off Scarf Magnezone to let fast superpower Mega Scizor go berserk, but nowhere was this more apparent than on Rain teams, which experienced a resurgence in Gen 7 thanks to Pelipper gaining Drizzle. The change in Mega mechanics allowing Mega Swampert to instantly gain Swift Swim as soon as it Mega Evolved, and the addition of Ash Greninja, which was truly monstrous under Rain. In fact, Ferrothorn was immensely useful in keeping Rain teams in check. However, it was also an indispensable part of their composition. They perfectly exemplified what Ferrothorn brought to offense. The easy hazards, the necessary backbone against threats like Choice Scarf Tapu Lele. Packing hazards not only did the usual job of making Ferrothorn's teammates, like the ever U-turning and Volt switching Tapu Koko, more threatening in battle, but it also did so by letting them run more threatening sets. Ferrothorn taking on hazard duty meant Mega Swampert didn't need to run Stealth Rock, and more commonly and importantly, it meant Ash Greninja didn't need to run Spikes, allowing it to fit Ice Beam into its moveset and making it even more terrifying when it could no longer be checked by the likes of Tangrowth and Tapu Bulu. Once again, Ferrothorn could and did do it all. This extended to luring its answers too. This was most commonly seen on Rain teams, where it sometimes slotted in Thunder Wave to ruin Tornadus Therian switch-ins, but the most outrageous example came in how Ferrothorn dealt with Kartana. Kartana was well regarded precisely for how well its Z Crystal and Choice Band sets switched into Ferrothorn. It walled most Ferrothorn variants, threatened Ferrothorn with damage, and could defog away Ferrothorn's hazard. Sure, Ferrothorn could run Thunder Wave, which also hit Tornado Styrian and Fire types and so on, but sometimes this wouldn't work against Kartana, such as under misty terrain or if Ferrothorn had been taunted. Plus, Thunder Wave didn't change the fact that Kartana would be in and be immensely threatening against Ferrothorn. Sometimes a more direct approach was necessary. As such, on quite a few occasions, Ferrothorn did in fact run Hidden Power Fire, and it worked. If there was a Kartana on the opposing team, it was probably coming in on Ferrothorn, and if and when it did, it was going to get rocked. So all in all, chalk up the third incredibly successful OU generation for Ferrothorn. Here was a Pokemon who simply could not fail, even when running a 60 base power special attack off of one of the weakest special attack stats in the game. Generation 7 also saw Ferrothorn achieve immense success in Ubers once again. Its resist, bulk, and move pool were perfectly suited for the tier. It started off strong in Sun and Moon, and it was great in both offensive and defensive matchups alike. In the former, it would save off Primal Kyogre, Newcomer Lunala, and more, while in the latter, it would endlessly harass slow, bulky teams. Then Ultra Sun and Moon came along, bringing many monstrous new threats. Marshadow, Naga Nadel, and Necrozma Dustmane, which could also become Ultra Necrozma, which is and remains utterly insane. So yeah, here you're facing Metagross, but it also might secretly be and turn into Salamence. Perhaps Game Freak's most lunatic decision to date. Anyway, these changes were brutal. So brutal, in fact, that they knocked the Deoxys forms out of viability. Deoxys, whose attack form was one of the most dangerous Uber Pokemon since its inception in Generation 3, and whose speed form had completely shaped the tier since it gained Stealth Rock in Generation 4. So if Deoxys could no longer hack it, did this mean Ferrothorn was toast too? Nope. Here lies the secret of Ferrothorn. No matter how absurdly, brutally overpowered a new Pokemon is, Ferrothorn almost always keeps it in check. It's not as flashy as a Pokemon that outspeeds and one-hit KOs everything, but it is a lot more reliable. Those resists with that bulk prove themselves as more durable than any glass cannon. So sure, there were these new threats, but what Pokemon could withstand the utterly obscene Swords Dance Dustmane and Ultra Necrozma? Ferrothorn, of course. It wasn't a hard counter by any means, but to simply be able to take hits and respond was invaluable in a metagame as hostile and unforgiving as Ubers. This was on top of all of its other duties, by the way, which also included answering the monstrously dangerous, immensely popular Arceus Ground. Ferrothorn was, once again, utterly killer in Generation 7 Ubers. And yes, it was its weakest generation in the tier yet, and it still had an incredibly important place in it, holding it together against some of the most vicious Pokemon in the entire game. Who else but Ferrothorn? Ferrothorn wasn't available for VGC 2017, but it made a return in 2018 to cast fear into the hearts of anyone not prepared with a fire move. Unfortunately for Ferrothorn, that wasn't a lot of players, thanks to the return of the usual thorn in its side: Charizard Y, Heatran, Volcarona, and Rotom Heat. Luckily for Ferrothorn, it had an expanded list of good matchups, namely the Tapus. More Fairy means more Pharaoh. Thorn, that is. As always, the game plan with Ferrothorn was mostly to eliminate its threats and then turn it into a win condition. It was just a matter of figuring out whether that win condition was worth the team slot. 2018 also marked the advent of Choice Band Ferrothorn, a sneaky set that could annihilate unsuspecting opponents with its surprisingly high power. This set replaced Protect with Knockoff and typically chose Bulldoze or Iron Head as their last move, though it was mostly filler. Ferrothorn made its presence known in special events, with top 8 placements thanks to Matias Caricio, Federico Enquiso, and Juan Pablo Nar. Its first real test came at the Sydney Internationals, which was a good barometer for Ferrothorn's overall viability. A pair of 15th and 25th place finishes showed that people were still considering Ferrothorn as a win-con defensive pivot and check terrain, but it certainly wasn't a preeminent threat. Nevertheless, it continued to show up in top 8s around. Kudos to Diego Paredes, Diego Ortiz, and Estefan Valdebenito in Latin America, while Eric Rios and Stefan Somo took top 8 at the Malmo Regionals, and Jirari Wat Theta City took a top 8 placement on his own in Costa Mesa. The middle of the season introduced one of Ferrothorn's greatest nemesis, Incineroar. Well, more accurately, Intimidate Incineroar. Incineroar had been around for a while, but as you might know by now, Intimidate catapulted Incineroar to the top of usage, and just its increased presence was bad news for Ferrothorn. It wasn't the worst of the fire-type matchups, as with Iron Barbs and Flare Blitz recoil, Incineroar was signing away a good chunk of its HP bar to take out Ferrothorn, but it still wasn't a kind sight for Ferrothorn. Nevertheless, Ferrothorn still managed to keep a grip on some form of relevancy, putting up top 8 finishes in Uruguay, Hong Kong, and the Korean Spring League. Special mention mention has to go to the Taiwan special event, where Wu Chen, Lin Jieru, Lu Jianting, and Tong Che took 4 of the top 8 spots with the exact same team. This group of players paired Ferrothorn with Mega Aerodactyl and Landerstyrian. Great partners to remove any pesky fire types. Wu Chen and Liu Jingting actually went on to take this team to regionals, where Chen took 3rd in Taiwan and Liu Jianting placed 4th in Hong Kong. Rounding out the list of regional placers were Miguel Marta de la Torre, Ivan Inostroza, and Eric Rios, who took home 1st place at the extremely stacked DreamHack Valencia. However, Ferrothorn didn't make a single appearance at Worlds, where the prevalence of Incineroar and Charizard simply made picking it an inadvisable decision, to say the least. It at least got a consolation prize via a familiar face though, Ben Kiriko, who actually took 2nd at the Nashville Open, the gigantic tournament held concurrently with Worlds for everyone who didn't make the top cut, meaning it was still one of the most stacked tournaments of the year. And to make things better, Ben did it with Banded Ferrothorn, opting for Seed Bomb as his last move for extra reliability. If you remember Ferrothorn in the 2016 meta, chances are you've got a pretty good idea of how things played out in 2019. Ferrothorn like Kyogre, Ferrothorn no like Groudon, Ferrothorn good against Xerneas and Rayquaza. As always, Ferrothorn often found its way onto Kyogre teams, starting with Andrew Burley's 2nd place in Philadelphia. From there, the trend only continued with Melvin Kez 1st place at the Katong special event, as well as Maratin Teo and Brian So's top 8 placements in Malaysia. However, this go round, Ferrothorn was actually to put together some international results, at least in the Sun series, when Xerneas was even more prominent. Melvin Ked took his Ferrothorn to a 7th place finish at the Sao Paulo regionals with the Zerndon team, closely followed by Kyle Romanini's Kyogre Veltal pairing. Alejandro Jimenez used his own Zerndon team to get Ferrothorn a 5th place finish at the Anaheim regionals. Melbourne internationals and the switch to Moon series saw a temporary dip in Ferrothorn placements, but it kept on trucking along after that with good placements, such as Fezix Okan's 8th in Cannes, and even won a few regionals courtesy of Megan Rattle and Alexander Williams. In Berlin, Kimo Nishimura gave Ferrothorn another top 8 international appearance with his unusual Assault Vest set, which used an attacking spread of Power Whip, Gyro Ball, Knockoff, and Bulldoze. Other successful Ferrothorn users are pictured here. As you can see, it continued to thrive alongside Kyogre, notching up a slew of top 8 placements around the world. However, its absence from the top 16 of Columbus Internationals portended a dearth at Worlds, where the lone Ferrothorn placement came at a mediocre 59th place. Although in a repeat of the year prior, it took 2nd place at the Open tournament happening after Worlds, courtesy of Adrian Hurley. A few players continued to use Ferrothorn throughout the tail end of the season, giving a very similar arc to years past, a sometimes good Pokemon who could rack up impressive placements, but never successful at the biggest events of the year. And here's a brief digestion on why that may be. As we've mentioned, Ferrothorn really works best as sort of a quote-unquote checkmate button to your opponent. At a Pokemon tournament, one win in Swiss can be massive, meaning Ferrothorn's ability to get even a couple wins can make it worth bringing. However, the more players at a tournament, the more wins.
Guys, this is Christmas Ogre, by the way. This is Christmas Ogre. Ferrothorn equal Christmas Ogre. Even if its ability to get a few wins is worth it to bring. Christmas Ogre can get some random few wins as long as you don't buy 777 on it.
Need, and the more players likely to make Ferrothorn dead weight. In short, against a larger field, the wins Ferrothorn can pull become less impactful and are less likely to happen. It's just math. Oh no, the player base cried. Generation 8's edition of heavy-duty boots will make entry hazards obsolete. Ferrothorn laughed and used Knockoff, a knockoff which, by the way, no longer had immunities, seeing as Mega Stones and Z Crystals had also been yeeted out of the metagame. And so had Hidden Power for that matter. No longer could Pokemon slap on Hidden Power Fire in pathetic attempts to not be permanently ruined by Pharaoh. The mighty
Ferrothorn is Suzuka coded.
Combination was back and more obnoxious than ever. That said, the presence of boots did slow Pharaoh down, as it could no longer exert such immense pressure over entire teams whenever it got a free turn. However, not every Pokemon ran boots, and many of those that did, namely the incredibly popular Mandibuzz, were Ferrothorn bait. If a team over-relied on using Mandibuzz or Corviknight to clear hazards, Ferrothorn could and did punish them severely. It also preyed on the prominence of the Volt Switch blocking Groudon types Hippowdon, Rhyperior, and Seismitoad. Speaking of Seisma, Ferrothorn was similar to it in that it was one of the few Pokemon that could at all withstand the mighty Dracovicious Fish's Rends. For this reason, it ran a physically defensive spread, which also let it take on the popular Excadrill much more effectively as well. Investing in defense had another boon too. Ferrothorn had received the amazing Body Press and can now use its huge defense stat as an offensive weapon in what was perhaps the most perfect encapsulation of the Ferrothorn ethos since Iron Barb's effect had first been discovered. Then the Isle of Armor came around and the newly introduced your Urshifu came to utterly dominate the tier. It was nearly impossible to switch into, and its absolutely absurd ability, Unseen Fist, meant Ferrothorn couldn't even use Protect to scout the Choice Bander's intention. The dominance of Urshifu, as well as the utterly ridiculous Libero Cinderace, meant Ferrothorn wasn't going to be walling the entire metagame anytime soon. That said, Ferrothorn remained a valuable Pokemon. Its role in the hazard game remained key, as did its ability to help pivot around other immensely dangerous threats like Zeraora, Specs Magearna, and Kyurem. In fact, Ferrothorn was a great Urshifu partner. It could easily punish the Mandibuzz that tried to absorb Wicked Blow. With the eventual bans of Cinderace and Magearna, Ferrothorn's position in the metagame was straightened. And then came the Crown Tundra, bringing with it a ton of familiar faces, such as Heatran, Landorus Therian, Zapdos, the Tapus, and more. Melmetal, Magearna, and Cinderace were unbanned, Pheromosa was released into OU, and a monstrous new threat in Spectrier was introduced. All this in addition to the carnage that Urshifu was unleashing and continued to unleash. So how did Ferrothorn perform in the midst of all this chaos? Well, you should know the answer to that by now. It didn't miss a beat. It was an outstanding answer to Koko and Feeny. It was a great check to many variants of Melmetal, Magearna, and even Spectrier. Eventually, all of Urshifu, Spectrier, Magearna, and Cinderace were banned, and Ferrothorn's walling and support potential just kept going up and up. It loved the prevalence of the standard specially defensive Defog Landorus Therian, once again taking advantage of a common hazard remover to litter the field with hazards. With physical defense investment it already used to handle the likes of Melmetal and Landorus T, Ferrothorn also answered plenty of other rising threats, most notably the metagame defining Weavile, as well as many setup variants of Garchomp and Dragonite, usually in conjunction with a partner Lando T of its own. It was still a naturally effective check to special attackers like the Tapus too. Eventually Kyurem was banned, and that made Ferrothorn even better. It continues to reign in Gen 8 OU to this day, fitting on all sorts of teams and performing as consistently as ever. It particularly enjoys using Rocky Helmet as a peerless punisher of Weavile's triple axle. So once again, Ferrothorn has been an OU superstar. For the first time, Ferrothorn's foray into Ubers fell a bit flat. Its typing was no longer as ideally suited to the tier, given Dexet's removal of Pokemon like Kyogre that it had previously been tasked with handling, and Sword and Shield's addition of several new Ubers it didn't take too kindly at all, to say nothing of heavy-duty boots neutralizing much of the pressure it had so effortlessly exerted prior. Ferrothorn wasn't going to be doing anything against Zacian Crowned, Zamazenta Crowned, Eternatus, Galarian, Darmanitan, plus Gothitelle was around to trap it without the fear of the now removed pursuit, and even Pokemon Ferrothorn checked on paper like Gyarados were capable of overwhelming it through Dynamax. Ferrothorn wasn't bad, as it could handle the excellent Rotom Wash nicely, and it was decent against Rain, but its niche was more specific than ever, especially with the eventual release of other steel types, who were more valuable for their ability to actually check Zacian Crowned, especially Necrozma Duskmane. Another factor that seriously hurt Ferrothorn was the increased prominence of Sun teams filled with fire types, whether it was Choice Specs Solar Power Charizard, who had the option to Gigantamax, or the fearsome Quiverdance Volcarona and its capacity to be one of the tier's most fearsome Dynamaxers. Ferrothorn wasn't finding a ton of walling opportunities. Even the Sunsetter Torkoal was difficult for it to deal with, as it could rapid spin away Ferrothorn's spikes. Ferrothorn wasn't a good defensive Dynamaxer either. Choices like Quagsire were preferred for such a role, as its moves could change the weather and thus better slow down the opposition. As such, though Ferrothorn still remained a niche, it was a rare sight in serious play, and it only got worse when the Isle of Armor came around, as Sun teams now packed another top threat it couldn't wall, in the monstrously dangerous Venusaur. Plus, hyper offense teams, rife with brutal Dynamaxers, became popular as well, and Ferrothorn couldn't handle them either. It just didn't have the same general reach as other popular walls, mainly Toxapex and Corviknight. They could actually help keep Zacian Crowned in check to an extent, whereas Ferrothorn just got destroyed. Furthermore, Pex and Corviknight were much more useful against the Rain, Sun, and Sand teams that dominated the tier. Toxapex was useful for stifling Rain and Sun and could haze obnoxious Dynamax boosters, making it good against hyper offense as well, while Corviknight had the excellent trait of reliably taking on Sand teams, namely the incredibly dangerous Dynamax Excadrill. Then the Crown Tundra came around, and finally, Ferrothorn returned to its elite Uber status. The change wasn't instant, but some semblance of it was immediately noticeable, though Zacian Crown continued to rampage through the tier, and using Ferrothorn as a grass type over one of the few semi-answers Tangrowth could prove to be challenging in that regard. It also came with the immense benefits of handling the monstrously dangerous Kyogre, Necrozma Duskmane, and Zekrom, the latter of which had become one of the most dangerous threats around with Dragon Dance. Then both Zacian Crown and Zacian were banned from Ubers, and Ferrothorn exploded in both popularity and viability. It rose through the ranks and became considered the best non-Uber Pokemon in the metagame. It came in completely free against the popular support Duskmane set of Iron Head, Thunder Wave, Stealth Rock, and either Morning Sun or Moonlight, allowing it to span obscenely annoying moves like Spikes and Leech Seed to its heart's content. They were easy to use because they were effective against pretty much everything. Ferrothorn similarly abused the popular defensive Xerneas sets. Ferrothorn primarily used an Iron Defense Body Press set to become completely unbreakable on the physical side, letting it sit on the tier's many physical boosters, and potentially even posing a threat to sweep in return. Alternatively, it could run Curse and Knockoff, which was slightly less reliable defensively, but only slightly, and came with the massive benefit of letting Ferrothorn use Knockoff, which it was incredibly effective at doing, removing Ho-Oh's heavy-duty boots or ridding the likes of Groudon and Zygarde Complete of their leftovers was absolutely amazing. Plus, Knockoff let Ferrothorn hit the brutally dangerous Calyrex Shadow. Ferrothorn could also go specially defensive, using Bullet Seed and Knockoff to reliably deal with Kyogre, while also standing up to Scarf Xerneas with ease. As a result of Ferrothorn's newfound viability, Spike's balance became one of the most popular powerful playstyles in the metagame, especially with how easily some of the best setup sweepers in the tier could abuse the Spikes with phasing moves, such as Sub Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Zygarde Complete, or Calm Mind Roar Kyogre. Eventually, an Eternatus set, referred to as Demon Etern, came into popularity. It ran Cosmic Power, Meteor Beam, Dragon Pulse, and Recover, and as the name suggests, it was an
You hit
absolute
Hide
monster.
and press the wrong scenario skill? Plum? Plum. Look me in the eyes right now. I was going to say how or why, or I was going to say something and then I decided against it. Unlucky. You were spam clicking your screen and then you hit like a third skill or something, or concentration? Oh, that's unlucky.
And continues to be viable and see usage today, but it's no longer quite as
Oh my
demonic.
God.
Why? Because once it has revealed to be that set, Ferrothorn would get in its way. It wasn't a hard counter or anything,
Don't talk
as
to
plus
patient
6 Dragon
players.
Pulse would be too much, but the idea was that it took a long time for
Nah,
Eternatus
everybody
to
should be
boost
playing
that high,
Pacer
and
to see him.
Ferrothorn could get in a Leech Seed and force a recover, or several way before that happened. Thus, even without hard countering it, Ferrothorn pretty much completely neutered one of the scariest Pokemon around, with the help of a teammate of course, but that teammate needed Ferrothorn to help it first. Eventually, the metagame started to adapt to Ferrothorn. Necrozma Dustmane started running Knockoff over Thunderwave more, neutering Ferrothorn through the loss of lefties, while Kyogre began running Choice Specs to potentially rip through Ferrothorn. Additionally, Hyper Offense has made a comeback, as has Geomancy Xerneas, as opposed to the Scarf and support sets that Ferrothorn easily exploited. However, in spite of all this and more, such as the rise of Ho-Oh, Ferrothorn continues to thrive and it is still absolutely elite. It remains the best non-Uber Pokemon in Ubers, and is the face of Spike stacking offense teams, enabling their aggressive Pokemon while using its Iron Defense set to provide them with defensive security against threats like Zekrom. It took a while to get going, but once again, Ferrothorn has become one of the very best Pokemon in Ubers, making it 4 for 4, just like in OU. The initially limited metagame of Sword and Shield provided a perfect setting for Ferrothorn to wall out entire teams, as the selection of viable fire types was essentially limited to Arcanine, Rotom Heat, and Charizard. What's more, Ferrothorn fared remarkably well against threats such as Sylveon, Rhyperior, Excadrill, Whimsicott, and Togekiss. Even Dragapult had a hard time with Ferrothorn, since most VGC Dragapults are actually physically based. Ferrothorn also no longer had to worry about random hidden power fire, which, while an uncommon threat, could still easily be tacked on to handle it in prior generations. Don't get me wrong, there were still many ways to deal with it, as Conkeldurr was a huge threat, as were Arcanine and Torkoal, but it was definitely harder to remove Ferrothorn than before, and it could shore up its defenses to a level that was nigh unbeatable with the aid of Dynamax boost. The advent of Dynamax meant that Ferrothorn was actually capable of boosting itself to a nigh unbeatable position with defense boost from Max Steel Spike, or it could just benefit from those of its teammates. Ferrothorn's power was immediately evident at the Bochum Regionals, where Alex Soto and Guillermo Castilla Diaz used it to take home second and first place honors, respectively, while utilizing the standard set of Power Whip, Gyro Ball, Leech Seed, and Protect. However, come Dallas Regionals, Jake Skurchak demonstrated the potential power of one of Ferrothorn's new tools in Body Press, bringing an Assault Vest Ferrothorn to 8th place at the tournament. While Assault Vest Ferrothorn had been used before, its use here exemplified the new potential of Ferrothorn as an outright offensive threat in its own right. However, Ferrothorn's time in the sun was short-lived, actually because it didn't like the sun. While Charizard's rise in popularity made made Ferrothorn's life hard enough, the introduction of Venusaur and the nightmare of chlorophyll boosted sleep powder skyrocketed Sun teams to the top of the meta, effectively invalidating Ferrothorn as it struggled with both additional grass type competition and tons of fire types. Now it still had some usage. Shoutouts to Irrational Madi for giving it a 6th place finish in the Victory Road Spring Challenge, but its usage quickly dwindled. However, the constantly shifting meta of Sword and Shield actually allowed room for Ferrothorn to make its way back in. Ferrothorn actually greatly appreciated the release of Grassy Terrain Rillaboom, not just because it liked grassy terrain. Actually, it was more because it absolutely destroyed Rillaboom, who was absolutely everywhere in Series 4 and 5. Ferrothorn also did well versus the very common Primarina, and while it might sound strange to say, it also handled Urshifu quite well, at least the Rapid Strikes version. Sure, close combat could tear through a Ferrothorn, but a surging strikes into Ferrothorn meant taking a hefty chunk of damage for Urshifu. And Ferrothorn had a new trick up its sleeve to handle fighting moves. Well, an old trick made new again. Although Ferrothorn had always had access to Iron Defense before, it had never had a reason to use it when it could make way for Gyro Ball or Power Whip. However, Body Press meant Iron Defense became a defensive and offensive boosting move, letting Ferrothorn boost up and 1v1 would-be counters. Single Strike Urshifu could still critical its way through defensive boost, but Rapid Strike would be doing peanuts, really taking more damage from Iron Barbs more often than not. Really, it was just a great anti-meta mon in Series 5, and so it popped up everywhere in the format's most premier event so far, the Players' Cup. Kyle Romanini went against the grain by using yet another Assault Vest Ferrothorn to win the Latin American qualifiers. Kyle spoke highly of Ferrothorn's ability to win games on its own by boosting, especially when paired with Porygon 2. Since max move boosts apply to both Pokemon, Ferrothorn could potentially boost both annoying tanks to unkillable levels. Kyle switched to Curse Akaberry to handle Incineroar in finals, but there were actually 4 other Ferrothorn users in the Players' Cup finals, and all of them used the same set. Leftovers with Body Press, Iron Defense, Leech Seed, and Protect. A moveset that could easily become too tanky to handle as special attacking threats were removed and deal huge damage while fortifying its defenses thanks to Body Press. Alistair Sandover took 13th, while Gabriel Agati and Kyle took 9th. Christopher Kahn finished 6th, and Jin Sook Lee proved Ferrothorn's power with a 2nd place finish. Although his finals matchup against Santino Tarquinio's Colossal certainly wasn't the greatest place to bring a Ferrothorn. Series 7 saw Ferrothorn drop slightly in usage. While Rillaboom was still all the rage, Heatran was back. What's more, Amoonguss's redirection skills and status became even more valuable against the many legendary Pokemon whose single target damage was hard to ignore, such as Kartana, Regieleki, and Spectrier. Amoonguss also had a better matchup against Tapu Fini, who Ferrothorn could only defeat with Power Whip, an investment that denied it the ability to set up its Iron Defense, Leech Seed, Body Press set, since you always needed Protect as well. A few players brought Ferrothorn to top 8 in the Players' Cup 2 qualifiers, but none of them made the cut for the final tournament, and in the Players' Cup itself, there was nary a Ferrothorn to be found. A quick look through teams at this time can reveal a big problem, and one that Ferrothorn always has to deal with these days. Incineroar is everywhere, and that dang cat just won't give it a moment's peace. Ferrothorn has actually done okay for itself in 2021, as constantly shifting metagames occasionally constrict things enough that it can make its way back in. Several players used it to good success in the single restricted meta of Series 8, including 3 top 8 finishes at the Women's Tournament 2, courtesy of Yoko Taguma, Megan Hyman, and Scarlet Andrews. One trend that started was the use of Ferrothorn with Palkia, who could handle opposing fire types very easily and clear a path for an endgame Ferrothorn sweep. However, Series 8 was difficult for Ferrothorn in general. If you thought Sun was a problem before, imagine it with Groudon now instead of Torkoal. To be clear, Ferrothorn fared worse here than in prior restricted metas because Kyogre couldn't just fizzle fire moves completely, just dampen them, and so it still had to fear its usual counters, even if slightly less. Ferrothorn wasn't an uncommon sight at the Victory Road Circuit qualifiers, where Tehran Birdie and Manuel Barria were among the players to use it for high placements. However, it had a total of 7 top 16 placements across 5 qualifiers, and every single player used the exact same Iron Defense moveset, with Marcus Statter and Barris Akos being the only players to even change the item. They went with a Guave Berry. 2 players used it in the Victory Road Circuit Winter Grand Finals, like Damiano La Barbara, who placed 16th, and Matteo Agostini, who took 6th. Matty Morgan and Hippolyte Bernard both gave Ferro a top 8 placement at the EU qualifiers to Players' Cup 3, but it once again missed out on the actual tournament. However, that trend would finally be broken in the very, very strange Series 9, which had the exact same rule set as 2020 Series 7. One player in particular gave Ferrothorn another Players' Cup berth, Enrique Grimaldo, who won the North American qualifier and then took 5th at the Players' Cup 4 finals with his team, which paired Ferrothorn with another classic Stallmon Pokemon Celesteela. Juan Bor Guerrero and Yoko Toguma also put up good finishes with Ferrothorn before we switched over to Series 10, which brought back restricted mons but with no Dynamax. Series 11 saw Wu Hing Young put up a top 4 at Taipei Regionals with Ferrothorn, but it was otherwise absent. However, Series 12 has provided an opportunity for Ferrothorn to carve out a little niche in the meta once again. Interestingly enough, a GS Cup meta with 2 restricted mons has suited it very well, in large part due to the fact that Zacian and Kyogre, especially in the Swordfish duel, are so strong. Ferrothorn handles Kyogre extremely well, and as for Zacian, well, that's a complicated matchup. Ferrothorn's very existence forces many Zacian to run Sacred Sword instead of close combat, as otherwise an Iron Defense boosting Ferrothorn can just take over the game. With Sacred Sword's boosting and ignoring properties, Series 12 is nowhere near safe for Ferrothorn, but it's still a good matchup against many other restricted mons, such as Solgaleo, Ice Rider Calyrex, and Palkia. You can see from its results that it's not a frequent contender and often just misses out on top cuts, but results like Henry Rich's first place at the Brisbane Regionals and Paul Ruiz's second in an online tournament with over 500 players proves Ferrothorn still has its usage. And keep an eye out for it throughout Series 12. Restricted metagames have a tendency to adjust in small incremental ways over the year. Some teams may be strong now, but that's also a reaction to Swordfish. As the meta swings, it's possible Ferrothorn could leverage its good Kyogre matchup for even better results. To be honest, it's sort of admirable how little Ferrothorn has changed throughout the years. Sure, it can do body press things now, but for about 8 years, it ran pretty much the same set every time it showed up, and still gave anxiety attacks to people in Team Preview. If you don't give Ferrothorn the respect it deserves, it will outlast you, stalwarts to the end, last mon standing. It's a lonely job, but it's what Ferrothorn does best. And that's finally it. So how great was Ferrothorn actually? Well, that's easy. It's easily one of the greatest OU Pokemon of all time. Time and time again, it has stood up to and stifled the strongest threats in the game. And it's been not just good, but absolutely elite in both Ubers and VGC as well, as it thrives no matter what metagame it's in. And to not make this outro too long after an hour-long video, we will keep it simple. Ferrothorn is simply one of the greatest Pokemon of all time. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and I greatly appreciate it if you stuck it all the way through. A lot of work went into this video, but we're finally done. Again, thanks for watching. It's the first Sunday of the month, and you know what that means. It's the patron's turn to pick the Pokemon, and through a narrow voting process against Vileplume, Greninja already? Huh, yeah, okay, so Greninja has won the patron pick, and so I guess I'm covering a Gen 6 Pokemon, even though we haven't finished Gen 1. Okay, whatever. Next up, we have Greninja. Although it debuted in the 6th generation, it quickly made its mark among Pokemon fans as one of the most popular Pokemon of all time, rivaling even giants like Charizard and Mewtwo. It also established itself as possibly Ash's most powerful Pokemon of all time, doing what fans had predicted for years and actually fusing with him to become the fearsome Ash Greninja. And you know a Pokemon is popular when it gets its own exclusive form. But today we're going to examine if this Ninja Frog could carry over this kind of success into the competitive scene. And so we ask, how good was Greninja actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Greninja was instantly one of the most defining, important, and dangerous offensive threats in the X and Y OU metagame. It was ridiculously fast. It was the fastest non-Mega Pokemon around, and even then, it was only beaten out by Mega Manectric and Mega Alakazam after they had Mega evolved safely, since they retained their original speed stat on the turn they became a Mega. Technically, it was naturally outsped by Talonflame, but Talonflame's Brave Bird was priority, so it didn't really count. Not to mention that Talonflame only occasionally ran the Jolly nature required to actually outspeed Greninja. Anyway, speed was not the only factor in determining if a Pokemon was good, or else Excelgor would be top tier OU. So what made Greninja so good? Well, it also had a quality special attack stat of 103, making it naturally poised to be a fast, strong water type attacker, like an improved version of Starmie from the previous 3 generations of OU. However, there was one more factor that truly made Greninja amazing. It wasn't just a water attacker. It was actually an everything attacker. Thanks to its hidden ability Protean, a word introduced to many through Pokemon, which means versatile or frequently easily changing, Greninja took on the type of every single attack it used, meaning that it received stabbed on every single one of its attacks, giving it incredible power. Ice Beam, which would normally never come close to KOing Latios, even with Stealth Rock up, suddenly, easily, cleanly one-hit KO'd Latios from full HP. This was an unprecedented level of threat and was compounded by Greninja's expansive coverage move pool. Extra Sensory utterly destroyed the Mega Venusaur looking to shrug off Ice Beam with its thick fat ability, while also letting it threaten out Keldeo, which was crucial given how dangerous Keldeo was. Dark Pulse mauled the Mew bulky enough to withstand its Hydro Pumps, as well as Aegislash while Aegislash was still in the tier. Greninja even got stabbed on its hidden powers. Fire slammed Ferrothorn and Mega Scizor, while Grass dumpstered Azumarill and Rotom Wash. Now Greninja couldn't run all of these moves, but just running 4 of them made it able to threaten the vast majority of, if not the entirety of most common teams. As if that wasn't enough, Greninja had U-turn to keep momentum whilst applying Stealth Rock, and additional light chip damage against Chansey could also substitute to potentially grab 2 KOs as the opponent attempted to sacrifice a slower Pokemon like Landorus Incarnate in order to safely bring in their revenge killer. And Greninja could even support its own offensive assault as well as its teammates by softening up the other team via using spikes as the opponent switched in fear of its attacks. Being able to change types also made Greninja harder to deal with, since it changed what moves it was weak to at will. It was still fragile, but the extra turn it gained when turning a potential one-hit KO into a 2-hit KO was potentially huge. The most notable example was spiking in front of Rotom Wash and becoming immune to its Volt Switch. The only Pokemon that could safely shrug Greninja off regardless of its coverage or hazards was Clefable, who always invested enough special defense to avoid being 2-hit KO'd by 2 Life Orb Hydro Pumps. However, even Clefable couldn't prevent its teammates being affected by the spikes Greninja would lay as Clefable came in. So despite its frailty, Greninja was a top tier Pokemon and already considered to be on the brink of being too good for OU by the end of X and Y. And then Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came around and gifted Greninja Gunk Shot. Now it could wipe out even its one true check, Clefable, with ease, and Azumarill stood absolutely no chance. Greninja became incredibly overwhelming to deal with, as some players even resorted to the otherwise underwhelming Noivern just because it could revenge kill it without a Choice Scarf. As such, it didn't take a long time for Greninja to be banned from OU, becoming the second starter Pokemon to do so after Blaziken. Greninja was the quintessential offensive Pokemon, blazing fast, strikingly powerful, and a diverse move pool boasting a cornucopia of coverage and even spikes. There was nothing that could come close to taking its place. It was truly one of a kind and was one of the most important facets of X and Y, before it became unequivocally considered to be too much to handle. So one may wonder, did Greninja have any use in the Uber tier? And the answer is, kind of, but not really. It certainly wasn't going to be overpowering a tier full of bulky monstrosities such as Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, and the Arceus form, so it had to rely on Guile, Sonic Boom. It could use its high speed to set up both spikes and toxic spikes while taunting the opponent, preventing them from defogging its hazards away, as it was faster than even Arceus, or setting up Stealth Rock. It could even use Shadow Sneak as its last move to turn itself Ghost type, thus blocking Rapid Spin attempts from Excadrill. While Toxic Spikes were potentially lethal against many common threats, such as the Primals, Xerneas, and nearly every Arceus, Greninja was a bit too hit or miss to carve out a real niche. It struggled against common leads like Darkrai and Deoxys speed and attack. That said, it technically did have a role it could fill for the enterprising Uber player, so at least least, there's that. Greninja's strengths translate very curiously into the realm of VGC. While fast and frail cleaners don't always translate well into doubles due to the burden of facing down multiple opponents that could threaten them, Greninja's just so incredibly good at what it does that there's still an argument for putting it into many teams. Protean's type shifting lets Greninja adapt to whatever specific situation its team requires of it, foregoing typical stab moves to become a preeminent dragon killer with Ice Beam, an answer to opposing water types with Grass Knots, or even a designated Aegislash removal tool if it does choose to stick to its dark type roots. What's more, doubles lets Greninja flex the second of its unique signature moves, Mat Block, which can only be used the first turn Greninja is on the field, but blocks all damaging attacks against your side of the field for a turn. Mat Block let Greninja play a pseudo-supporting role, enabling setup sweepers such as Garchomp, Scrafty, Dragonite, or hard-hitting but vulnerable Pokemon like Chandelure. However, Mat Block comes with a caveat. Unlike other Protect-style moves, it doesn't actually have priority. Of course, Greninja's speed frequently meant it would be the first Pokemon to move anyways, but the fact that Mat Block has normal priority meant it didn't do a great job of shoring up Greninja's two biggest weaknesses, which were just the same as in singles: priority and Scarf users. And wouldn't you know it, the 2014 metagame was riddled with strong priority users such as Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Mawile, and Talonflame. As such, Greninja also greatly accepted having those priority users on its team since they were able to protect Greninja against fast Pokemon that might snipe it off. Greninja thus also encouraged the use of other less common priority users such as Extreme Speed Dragonite and Aqua Jet Azumarill. Greninja was so varied in its coverage that it's still hard to prep for it. Mat Block was fine, but the threat Greninja exerted meant that Protect was often the better choice, especially since it would let teammates handle the opposing Pokemon that could outspeed Greninja. Greninja's sets were almost always Life Orb and Timid for maximum speed and damage, although a select few opted for Hasty or Naive to utilize Rock Slide as well. If it was any other item, it was Expert Belt or Focus Sash. What this all boils down to is a Pokemon that can be remarkably hard to use in certain situations and exert a hugely potential threat in others. But maybe most important is that Greninja is a ton of fun to use. Your opponents have to constantly be on their toes for the random Extra Sensory or Rock Slide you might be running. As such, Greninja saw a good amount of usage, even though it had to be scared of the powerful priority in the format. And because of the large amount of placements we found, we'll only be including the top 8 placements or introductions of new strategies. To start off the season, Patrick Broderick made top 8 at the Virginia Regionals using Greninja in a starter trio alongside Venusaur and Charizard. A nice Fire Water Grass core that let Chlorophyll Venusaur take advantage of Charizard's Sun and also let your water type frog magically become another type whenever it wanted. However, that trio also allowed for Greninja to take advantage of one other signature move, and with the amount of signatures this thing has, someone should investigate it for identity fraud. As you might know, starter Pokemon have near exclusive access to the Pledge moves, which are doubles exclusive attacks that can combine to create unique terrains. In Greninja's case, pairing up with Grass Pledge made a swamp to slow opponents, and thus Whir's Greninja served a dual purpose. Its fast Ice Beams let it take out opposing Garchomps, while the swamp let Whir's own Garchomp and Mega Charizard wreak havoc against faster Pokemon. Whir also handed his Greninja a Focus Sash, increasing the likelihood it would set up the swamp. Come Winter Regionals, Ian Packer used a core of Dragonite, Mega Kangaskhan, and a surprise Hidden Power Fire Greninja, which he would use throughout the season, and took 9th place at the Salem Regionals, introducing the Dragonite Greninja pair that would come to perform quite well. Greninja also saw immediate international success in Japan, as it made top 8 at 2 Battle Road Gloria qualifiers. A player known as Torun made top 8 in the Ganyu qualifier, using it alongside Hippowdon and Noivern, along with its usual partner Mega Kangaskhan, while a player known as Hal made top 8 at the Tohoku off by putting it on a pseudo Hail room team. But there was nowhere that loved Greninja more than Oceania. At the Melbourne fan event, Luke Bradley used Max Block for a distinctly different purpose, protecting Klefki so it could set up dual screens, giving him a top 4 at the event. In this region, the Ninja Frog was a common sight in top 8s the entire season long, as I guess it liked warm waters. In Perth, a seniors player known as Matthew finished 3rd with their Greninja team. Meanwhile, in Adelaide's Masters division, Ethan aka Ethlier finished 6th. In the Brisbane seniors saw Michael take 3rd using Greninja, while Dennis placed 4th by using the Klefki Greninja combo to set up Mega Tyranitar. In Melbourne, James D also used Greninja and Smeargle on a dual Mega team of Charizard Y and Kangaskhan to place 7th. New Zealand's first ever regional saw a surfeit of Greninja. It continued its string of seniors appearances alongside another strong priority user in Azumarill and a rogue Barbarcle on the team of bronze medalist Thomas, and it also saw 2 top 8 appearances in Masters. Sun put it with Mega Venusaur to place 6th, and Josh used both priority users in Azumarill and Dragonite to finish top 4. Australian Nationals also saw Greninja used alongside Azumarill on the team of top Kai the Blue Fox Power, who used a unique set with Scald, Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, and Matte Block to place top 32. Greninja also saw 3 top 8 placings at South Africa's first ever nationals on the teams of, and I'm sorry if I butcher your names, Nikola Radovic, Adnan Amandian, and Nikhil Gokul, who placed 4th, 6th, and 7th respectively. Back in the US, Ian Packer used his same Greninja Dragonite Kangaskhan core to place 6th at the Athens, Georgia Spring Regionals. Meanwhile, Salt Lake City Regionals saw Chase Liebert use the usual Greninja Venusaur Zard trio to place 4th. Greninja didn't see the same love in the US Nationals as it did in Oceania, as only a single Greninja made top 32 on the team of Brian Jens, who finished 30th, as Jens used a usual cast of suspects to support Greninja, including Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Venusaur, and Talonflame. However, that drop in usage forecasted Greninja's future, as it didn't have a single notable placing at Worlds, where the metagame had shifted even more towards using and countering Kangaskhan, a mon that Greninja has always struggled with. However, that didn't stop players from using Greninja after Worlds, as Greninja actually did quite well at the Fall Regionals that capped off the 2014 season. It had one last ride with Dragonite on Kyle Timbrook's top 8 team at Fort Wayne, and 2 top 16 finishes in Philly worth mentioning for their unique styles. Jeremy Rodriguez brought a pledge team with Venusaur to enable his Chandelure and Haxorus, while Jonathan Hiller, inspired by Sagen Park, used Greninja with a roster of other electric weak Pokemon such as Mega Aerodactyl and Talonflame to fully utilize the Squirrel's potential. 2015 saw Greninja nominally buffed with the addition of Gunk Shot to its move pool, allowing it to effectively hit fairy types, which were previously one of the few obstacles to its near omnipotent coverage. While this addition was absurd enough to propel Greninja to Ubers and singles, 2015's more defensive metagame made it even harder for Greninja to get the one-to-one trades or kills that made it worth its weight in 2014. Now don't get me wrong, Gunk Shot was still good, especially for chunking the common Sylveons, and Greninja's coverage was still amazing, as its Ice Beams were invaluable against the ubiquitous Landorus T. Also, Gunk Shot wasn't its only new toy. Low Kick was quite useful for dealing with Mega Kangaskhan. Greninja had about 1 good tournament per region in the early days of the season, as Indonesia's first ORAS tournament saw 2 Greninjas in the top 3. Credit of, and I apologize if I butcher your name, Fakurosi Sulaiman and Jonathan Romlin, who both put it together with Mega Mawile. In South Africa, it followed up its good performance in the previous year's inaugural tournament with 3 top 8 placements at the Gauteng Regionals. Stephen Botha used it on a Trick Room team with Jellicent and Mega Abomasol to place 8th, while Ruan Ponsagro used it with heavy redirection and heavy hitters to place 7th. Finally, Nikola Radovic placed 3rd using Greninja with his own Charizard Y. In Europe, Greninja had a singular good performance, with Mateo Genie using it with quite a few of the format's top threats, including Mega Kang, Mega Charizard Y, Heatran, Sylveon, and Landorus T, and saw good success placing 7th at the German Nationals. Over in Southeast Asia, Jian Ting Lu also used it on a team of good stuffs, swapping out Heatran and Charizard for Amoonguss and Talonflame to finish top 4 at the Taiwan Regionals. And finally, Alberto Lara made top 32 at the US Nationals with a team adapted from his SoCal and Utah Regionals winning Hyper Offensive build, which used a spread move combo of Sylveon and Charizard Y, as well as a bulky setup sweeper Salamence. While Greninja wasn't on the SoCal and Utah versions, Alberto swapped out his Conkeldurr for Greninja in order to deal with Thundurus and Zapdos. Alberto maintained that Greninja was one of the most underrated Pokemon in the format, lauding its unpredictability above all. Greninja's Ice Beam and Grass Knots were a huge factor in letting it eliminate specific threats such as Suicune and Zapdos. However, that unpredictability.
Hi, Charles. Well, I'm trying to find where I can hire 1 hour coaching for account planning, pulling, and Oshi optimizing. Where can I do that? Coffee appears to be a simple question. You can do it in the members only chat. In the members only chat, we have in the pins the information that you will need. If you sub now, it can count towards the fee for members, for what's that called? If you sub now, you can count towards the fee for coaching. So you can pay the rest later in coffee. Yeah. I can do that. Just sub and then link your Discord to Twitch, and then we can arrange a day.
ability could also mean inconsistency, as Greninja once again saw no Worlds usage in 2014. As the meta settled,
You'd
Amoonguss
rather
became a
send it
bigger
all
and
to
bigger
me
problem,
and not
sure,
get
Greninja was functionally an ice type,
Switch
but
get
players
a-
started
I'm fine with
expecting
it.
their
I'm fine with
Amoonguses
it. Like,
to live
do you
ice
have
games,
your-
and if there's anything Greninja hates more than priority, it's redirection. Greninja's frailty meant
No,
it saw
you
no
have to-
use
you
in
have to go, like,
2016,
a
and it
member
ended
chat
Gen
to
6
see
without
stuff.
a World's
So,
appearance to its name.
it's
A
just
unique
better.
Pokemon
I don't
whose
mind.
low
I really
bulk
don't mind.
meant
It's
being
okay.
consistent with it was always a difficulty.
like-
Greninja was
it's like
released
so
into
many
OU once again with the release of Sun and Moon.
Plus,
The
we get
addition
to
of
kick
Z-Moves
off
made it
our
even more threatening.
1
as
out
the
of 10
power
subs
boost
today.
was
I don't
welcome,
mind it.
especially since, unlike many Z users, it would always have Stab on its Z moves thanks to Protean. Plus, it could even increase its coverage with Dig, since when Z'd up into Tectonic Rage, it would remove the charge turn and absolutely
Subathon
destroy
to-
would-be walls, Toxapex, and Magearna. Z moves also helped
1
it
hour
bypass
stream.
even Chansey.
1 hour
Low
stream.
Kick, the move it would use for Z fighting, would normally almost never even 3-hit KO the Pink Blob thanks to its low base power corresponding to Chansey's low weight. However, when boosted into all-out pummeling, it had a great chance to straight up 1-hit KO Chansey after Stealth Rock, or other slight chip damage such as its own spikes. That said, Greninja was still a huge threat even without Z crystals attached. Life Orb was as powerful as ever,
Wait, online?
and even the downside of its
since the
recoil was now
apocalypse?
offset by the passive recovery of highly common Tapu Bulu and the grassy terrain in
no.
Summon. This was another point in
PayPal.
Greninja's favor, as it thrived in 3
Tell me
of
at
the
this
4
point in
new
it.
terrains. Besides
Sesh,
grassy terrain's recovery, it also provided a boost for Greninja's potential
you
grass
pay
coverage,
me
letting it
in,
really plow through World and Wash and the
off-topic?
occasional Gastrodon. Psychic
Half
terrain
track
boosted
off-topic
Greninja's
in
extra
Discord,
century,
and
which
we
let
can
it
arrange something.
absolutely maul Toxapex as well as Amoonguss and
can
Mega
arrange
Venusaur. Finally, Misty terrain meant Greninja couldn't be status, notably protecting it from Heat Ran. As if that wasn't enough, it preyed on the rest of the metagame since its speed stat remained
Be right back.
top tier, allowing it to outspeed and offensively check opposing threats already
Guys,
considered fast, such as
I don't think I need to say anything in the stream.
調子はね
I think the number on the right side speaks louder than words. I don't think I need to say anything.
セレブに
I'm just glad you guys are here.
Kartana, Mega Latios, and Tornadus Therian. The only common non-scarfed, non-mega Pokemon faster than it was Tapu Koko, which was not a safe switch-in. In addition to being a major threat itself, Greninja continued to set up spikes, making it itself and its teammates even more difficult to deal with. As a bonus, it reliably threatened the defoggers, allowing the spikes to stick around. Although it usually focused on simply being as much of an offensive threat as possible, Gen 7 saw Greninja become capable of taking on more of a supporting role with a Choice Scarf set. While it may seem counterintuitive to put a scarf on Pokemon with speed as high as Greninja's, it helped its team deal with the many Pokemon who could boost their speed to higher levels. It outran every other opposing Choice Scarfer such as Kartana and Tapu Lele, protecting its team from getting cleaned up by their stabs late game. It also checked monsters like Quiver Dance Volcarona and Dragon Dance Mega Charizard X with Rock Slide, and even outsped the Pokemon that commonly doubled their speed, like Shift Gear Magearna and Swift Swim Mega Swampert in Rain. In addition to its unmatched speed, it kept momentum
My
with
right
U-turn
hand
and even
hurts
pressured
like
the opposing
fuck.
team with spikes or toxic spikes, making it
Like
a
my right
diverse,
arm,
easy
my
to
right arm
use
actually
scarf.
hurts.
Now, while
After
regular
9 hours of
Protean Greninja
clicking the
was a
same exact
tremendous
thing, and then
Pokemon,
another,
the 7th
like, 5
generation
hours
had
just
blessed
now
it
clicking
with
the
an
same exact
even
thing.
better
My right hand
ability,
fucking
Battle
hurts.
Bond. This may seem lofty, as not many abilities can match Protean's use for offensive Pokemon, and losing it is a blow, but Battle Bond's benefits were absolutely incredible. Upon KOing an
And nothing
opposing
pinned in
Pokemon,
off-topic,
Greninja
because
would
off-topic is
evolve
off-topic.
into
It's-
Ash Greninja,
it's- okay.
a Pokemon that would without question be Uber if it
Yeah, because
started the
off-topic is
match in in this form, as it
here.
boasted a speed stat eclipsing even
I'll
Tapu
send
Koko's,
the-
and even more impressively, a special attack stat suppressing that of the mighty Kyogre. It also had Landorus Therian's massive attack stat, but it didn't even need it on most occasions, as it only sparingly used Gunk Shot or U-Turn, with the
I'll
latter
send
being
you a
more of a
picture.
momentum tool anyway. Ash Greninja used Choice Specs, which gave it the power it needed to muscle through as many Pokemon as possible, maximizing its ability to brute force its way to a KO. Its main stab attacks, Hydro Pump and Dark Pulse, provided excellent powerful coverage, and though it had its fair share of answers, such as Grass types, Toxapex, and Assault Vest Magearna, those could be exploited with spikes on the switch, which would wear them down throughout the game and made Greninja significantly more difficult to check later in the game, allowing it to evolve and finish the opposing team off. As if all
Yes,
that
what I'm
wasn't
hearing
enough,
is just
Greninja was not
delete the
only
spikes.
capable of checking opposing threats naturally.
What
with
I'm
its
hearing is
excellent
just
speed,
delete
but it could check
spikes
even
and
faster
field,
Pokemon
like,
with
stuff
its
that you can
powerful
throw on the
priority
field.
Water Shuriken. That also got a base power increase once Greninja evolved. It sometimes even fit Ice Beam over Spikes if paired with spiking Ferrothorn, making it even more
Are
difficult
we
to check with
playing a
like
Pokemon
Tapu
battle,
Bulu
or are
Assault
we
Vest Tendril. It could
fighting the Vietnam War, huh? Are we playing a Pokemon battle or fighting the Vietnam War?
would also potentially be even stronger, as Rain teams bolstered its Hydro Pump and Water
What I'm
Shuriken
hearing
alike,
is
giving
remove
Ash
the
Greninja an
spikes.
even easier time to evolve and sweep. Ash
Remove
Greninja shaped
all
the
hazards.
entire tier, and one had to go out of their way to be incredibly safe against it defensively, or they would just get crushed. This wasn't just another offensive threat like Tapu Lele or Kyurem Black that one could just cut their losses against and then revenge kill with more offense. This was the offensive threat to end all offensive threats, and it was merciless. It required care in both the team builder and even the battle, because if given even a slight bit of leeway,
all games
such
good.
as
No
its
hazard
soul
equal
check
all
being
games go
put
to
in
timer.
range of
Singles
two
are
Dark
awful.
Pulses
I
and
see.
opening
I
itself
see.
up to that
So
nasty
hazards
20%
itself
punch rate,
is like
then Greninja would take
also-
it and run away with the game.
so it
Plus,
doesn't
players
become like a
didn't
swap
initially
fest,
know
right?
whether the Greninja on the opposing team was Protean or Battle Bond, and Battle Bond had to be accounted for more so because if left unchecked, it was snowball like nothing else. So one switching to an Ash
You'll
Greninja check like
necessity?
Tapu
Okay.
Fini could
Necessary-
potentially find themselves getting utterly crushed by Protean
Okay.
Gunk Shot. Both variants of
Give me
Greninja
orange,
were a
give me orange.
defining feature of
Orange!
Generation 7 OU, and Ash Greninja in particular revolutionized the metagame. While Ash Greninja made a ridiculous singles Pokemon even more amazing, it was banned in VGC. And given how frail Greninja is and the fact that Ash Greninja relied on choice specs frequently, it honestly probably wouldn't have been that great anyways. But that's just speculation. Nevertheless, Greninja still saw some usage in Gen 7 once it was allowed back into the format. Its Protean Gunk Shots were incredibly useful in removing the Tapus that dominated the format, save for Tapu Koko, who could outspeed and KO it beforehand. Z moves also meant that Greninja's unpredictability was ratcheted up a whole nother level, enabling it to pick off surprise KOs. The high amount of fire types in the
I'll
format
check
also
it
let it
later.
return to
I sent
using
you a
water
friend
type
request.
coverage,
I usually
something
don't
that
have
wasn't as
friend-
frequent in Gen 6.
I usually don't
However,
have
it was a
DMs
map block
open,
that really
so
saw a good amount
do
of
keep that in
usage.
mind,
If you
but,
wanted a water type, you used Tapu Fini.
I
Greninja was
sent
primarily
you a
used
friend
to
request, we
remove
can
fairy
arrange something.
types and let its partners set up. Starting off the year, Nicholas Del Campo used Greninja to do just that alongside one of the best setup sweepers in the game, Volcarona. Greninja didn't just let Volcarona set up with map block though.
Where's my
It was
orange? Where's my
also
orange? Where's
tailored
my
to
orange?
remove Volcarona's biggest checks, such as Heatran, Landorus T, and Incineroar. Nicholas ended up placing 7th at the Chile
Yo.
special event. A similar version of this Volcarona Greninja duel also
It's
got
right
Nemanja
here, I'm
Sandek
telling you, it's right
5th
here,
at
it's
the
right here.
DreamHack Regional
right here,
Championship
boom,
in Germany,
right.
where he used Kartana, Scrafty, Mega Kangaskhan, and Landorus Therian in addition. This team would prove
Bro.
attractive enough that multiple other players used it in the season. Emiliano Reyes Castro brought Greninja back
What?
to Chile by using the team to place 2nd at both the Chile and Hopamex special events, and Joaquin Reyes then used the team to finish 5th in the Santiago Regional Championships. In addition, Estefan Valdebenito used a Charizard-wide Greninja team to finish behind Emiliano at the first special event. Greninja's Latin American usage wasn't limited to Chile
I
either.
pity
The duo of
300,
Juan
fuck.
Calibo and Sebastian Escalante placed
Bro,
2nd and
fuck
3rd
this
at
game,
the
fuck this game.
Argentina special event on a team of Mega Gengar, Incineroar, Tapu Bulu, Clefairy, and Como-O. This team was predicated on using Greninja's map block to
pity
let
300.
Como-O set up and
Sorry.
sweep. A strategy also used by Fabian Braun at the Prague special event. With Gunk Shot, Ice Beam, and Dark Pulse, Greninja handled the Fairies, Salamences, and Landorus Therians that might have threatened Como-O. But wait,
3
you say,
PRs
Greninja gets
extra
outspeed by Tapu
for
Koko.
1
You just said that,
orange.
and that's why
Jesus.
Fabian ran Scarf Greninja. and with the extra speed, he was able to move speed EVs to attack, letting him invest in both his physical and special moves. This strategy paid off, getting Fabian
well, let me
third
show
at
me
the special
the
event.
show me
Another
the
example
info.
of
Show me
Greninja
the
being
info.
used for its support came from Jerry Myers, who used it alongside Extreme Evo Boost Eevee at the Salt Lake Regionals. With Mat Block in place, Eevee was more likely to get its boost off and baton pass. Greninja also carried Taunt, which let it shut down opposing spores or other strategies to stop Evo Boost. Jerry's usage of this strategy netted him a 6th place. However, Greninja's best performance came in a return to its old haunt, the land down under, as Australian Graham Ameti placed 9th at the Oceania International with his unique Greninja team, and this one didn't feature Mat Block. Graham's other Pokemon were Mega Lopunny, Zapdos, Tapu Lele, Blacephalon, and Drampa. The basic idea was that his Mega Lopunny could use Fake Out and Fake Tears to serve up opponents for his strong special attackers, including Scarf Blacephalon, Specs Lele, and Fast Tailwind Zapdos. And you may notice that I didn't list Greninja there. That's because Graham Ameti's was mostly physical, with full attack investment powering its low kicks and gunk shots, although Graham still included Ice Beam for Landorus Therian. This is a perfect picture of what
31
Greninja
long
was capable
sparks
of,
amounts
using its
to
versatility
nothing.
to fit an unexpected role and fill in
31
the
long
gaps for the
sparks.
rest of its team.
168
That role
runs
player
without
status
pass
continued
winner.
into 2019.
Without
While
anything,
Greninja's
really.
paper-thin defenses still make it an awkward choice for an unrestricted format, it had use as a targeted removal tool in 2019. One of the first players to show its potential was none other than Graham Ameti. Graham first placed top 4 at Brisbane Regionals in the Sun Series, then adjusted his team for the Moon Series. But what didn't change was his focus on Greninja. Graham's team mostly focused on establishing speed control with his Tailwind Crobat and Scarf Electro Web Tapu Koko to allow his unrestricted mons, Groudon and Xerneas, to fully unleash their potential. However, Koko and Crobat both struggled against similar Pokemon, like Lunala, Solgaleo, and Zygarde. Greninja was chosen specifically to deal with those Pokemon. Ice Beam threatened Zygarde, while its Darkinium Z boosted Dark
Low-key
Pulse,
small,
obliterated
the small Zygarde
mascot,
looked
even
kind of
through
cute.
Lunala's Shadow Shield.
I forgot
Of
what
course, Gumshot was
the
still
what the
a
thing
great
is,
tool,
but I
as
watched
the
the
fairy
anime.
roster
I
had
grew up with
expanded even
XYZ.
further with Xerneas' re-emergence. Graham was able to repeat his performance
I mean,
from the previous
in
year,
chat
bringing
right now,
Greninja
they're
to
like
top 16
20,
once
30.
again. But pretty much all
Y'all,
of Greninja's
like,
notable placements
you guys
happened
grew up
during the
with
Sun
the,
and Moon series, when the need to remove Lunala
older
and Solgaleo
generations,
was highest.
like,
But there still
older
weren't that
generations.
many. Esteban Almeida made top 8 at the
Pokemon, right?
Guayaquil
I grew
special
up
event
with,
on a team with
XYZ.
Necrozma Dustmane, Zygarde, Tapu Lele,
And
Zapdos,
it
and
was like
Incineroar. And Juan Pablo Nar
the
had a pair
anime.
of his own top 8 finishes in Ecuador, 2nd at the Las Libertas special event, and 5th at the CDMX special event, both with the team consisting of Groudon, Xerneas, Incineroar, Bronzong, and Smeargle. But come Ultra Series, Greninja was utterly useless against the pumped-up weather that dominated the format. But that it was even used at all in 2019 was surprising. So hey Greninja, hold your head high for that Oceania Internationals performance.
Hold your.
I hope you're
head high.
vacationing in Australia and soaking up the sun. And that's it. So how good was Greninja actually? Well, despite only existing in 2 generations thus far, it has established itself as one of the most dangerous offensive Pokemon of all time. Its debut generation saw it run over just about
Zygarde
everything
Cell,
in its path, with its tremendous speed, good special
Zygarde,
attack,
like,
and
small-
excellent coverage,
smaller.
bolstered by one of the most incredible offensive abilities of all time, Protean, which was enough to get it banned once it gained Gunk Shot and was able to one-hit KO its sole reliable check. It returned to OU in Generation 7, once again pulling its Protean tricks, but also equipped with an ability somehow even better than Protean, the incredible anime-inspired Battle Bond, which upon grabbing a KO would turn it into one of the most menacing Pokemon to ever grace OU.
Bro, Battle
Now,
Bond
its
is so
frailty
fucking
meant
cool.
it couldn't bring its single success over to the doubles format of
Battle Bond? Battle Bond in Pokemon, like in Greninja, Ash Greninja, reminds me of like Umamusume when I'm like really fucking locked in.
PC, at
Sometimes.
least not in all of the formats, but it could still definitely pull some tricks, as evident by
Like,
its
call me
many
cheesy or whatever.
placements in Gen 6,
It reminds me of
especially
that.
2014.
When
Overall,
you are
Greninja has
so
been an
locked in with your
absolute
Uma,
terror,
with your
and if
one with
and
your
when
Uma,
it
holy
returns to
shit.
Gen 8, it will almost surely be a top tier OU threat once again. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and a huge thank you
Alright,
to
cool,
our
cool video. Here you go with this. Bermuda Triangle!
There's a small triangle of water that doesn't exist on any map, and whose exact dimensions are not known. And yet we've all heard the stories that accompany the legendary Bermuda Triangle. shrouded in mystery and conjuring up some of the wildest conspiracy theories known to man. This geographical anomaly is widely regarded as the most deadly, dangerous and deceptive place on Earth. So how is it that a part of the ocean that
Bro,
isn't...
you guys, after CM7, will never be able to see the word Bermuda Triangle the same ever again.
even officially recognized as...
Your friend would randomly say Bermuda Triangle, and internally you will laugh. You will smile. But you can't say it to them because they won't get it. They won't get it.
Part of the ocean has become so revered. The small body of water that makes up the invisible triangle has slowly filled with wreckage and disappearances over centuries, claiming the lives of those that have not just passed through it, but also over it. Books have been written, documentaries have been produced, and scientists have clamoured to try and explain the unexplainable in this perilous patch of ocean. What's caused this series of unfortunate circumstances to unfold? How can 20 planes, 50 ships and hundreds of people simply disappear? Is the location merely coincidence? Or is there something more sinister going on deep below the surface? I'm James Stewart and you're watching Astrum Earth. Join me for this most treacherous of adventures into the notorious Devil's Triangle. We'll journey back
The
in
Devil's
time to the origins of
Triangle.
the mystery to find out where it began and who was responsible for it. We'll visit some of the triangle's most infamous disappearances, examine each theory surrounding the mystery, all the way from Atlantis to rogue waves to magnetic declination to hidden toxic gases rising from the depths, and bring you right to the heart of the matter to uncover the real culprit of the Bermuda Triangle. Can something inexplicable be explained after all?
Global power up, 5
Whilst
hours.
that may have sounded like the start of a murder mystery podcast, there is actually a fair amount of science and data to unpack here. But it is genuinely one of the weirdest and most fascinating
I got
videos
5
I've ever
bars
made.
for
As I
8
mentioned, the Bermuda Triangle doesn't show up on any maps, nor is it officially
Alright, let's
recognised
go.
as a location by the United States, with whom it's closely situated. So then, where is it? Unofficially, the Bermuda Triangle is a region of the North Atlantic Ocean, roughly bounded by the southeastern coast of the US, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Interestingly, the exact boundaries of the Bermuda Triangle are not universally agreed upon. Approximations of the total area range between 500,000 and 1,500,000 square miles. So there's about, 1 million square miles worth of room for error there. The region has a vaguely triangular shape, but that triangle could end up being an isosceles, a scalene, or could even look more like a rhombus if you move the boundaries. Perhaps Bermuda dodecahedron wasn't quite as catchy. And so from the outset you begin to see one glaring hole in much of the discourse that surrounds this subject. Undoubtedly there have been incidents in this area, and some tragic ones at that. But because the boundaries don't actually exist, and they differ from historical account to historical account, it's really difficult to provide actual numbers of fatalities and disappearances for an area whose boundaries are constantly shifting over the course of several hundred years. But it's what's happened inside this triangle throughout history that's most intriguing. And things begin half a millennium ago with Christopher Columbus. The year is 1492, and Christopher Columbus has set sail with 3 ships from Spain to find a western route to Asia and the New World. All very exciting. After sailing across the Atlantic Ocean for 10 weeks, land was sighted finally, and he set foot on a small island in the
This is like Charles playing Taiwanese back in the days.
which he named San Salvador. To get there, he would
This
have
is
been
like
the first
me and
person
my
to have
friend
sailed
playing the
through Sargasso Sea,
JP Tenno
and
Show
therefore,
Auto
the
CM.
Bermuda Triangle, or at least the first person to return and tell everyone back home about it. Now, you might say this is where the mysteries began, because tell everyone about it, eventually he did. Extracts from his log, which were compiled shortly after his death, have since been translated. The first indication that something might be wrong was in September 1492. Columbus's log reading suggested something was affecting his compass. On this day, at the beginning of night, the compasses northwested, and in the morning, they northeasted somewhat. Several days later, he reported the sea rising to great heights and, most curiously, described seeing a light on the horizon, which he likened to that of a candle. So small a body that he could not affirm it to be land. A small wax candle that rose and lifted up, which for a few seconds seemed to be an indication of land. Imagine hearing about those incidents 500 years ago. I mean, America hadn't even been discovered yet. So little about the world.
America hasn't even been discovered yet. Okay, me as an Asian, as a foreigner, I'm not gonna say anything about it. It kind of it sounds funny. It sounds funny. It sounds funny.
Was known. You can see how the stories, fables, mysteries, call
Sounds
them
funny,
what
though.
you will, begin to garner intrigue. Later,
don't really
in the
have-
1600s, a ship from England
It's
named the
kind
Sea
of funny
Venture
though.
set
This is
off
kind
to
of funny.
resupply and revive the falling colony at Jamestown. Just off the coast of the uninhabited island chain of Bermuda, the fleet sailed into a hurricane which destroyed the ship and marooned its crew. Although there wasn't anything particularly mysterious about this occurrence, as those desolate sailors clung to the remains of their once proud ship, it must have felt like a callback to the mysterious events that had already happened in this area. It's believed that this shipwreck actually inspired Shakespeare's play The Tempest, in which he refers to Bermuda, or Bermuths, as a vexed or cursed place. So Bermuda had found a great place to rise to fame.
What?
One of the spookiest encounters must have been in 1881, when, as legend has it, the Ellen Austin, a cargo ship sailing from Liverpool to New York, carrying passengers hoping to emigrate to the United States, sighted a ghost ship in the Bermuda Triangle. Their captain took a shortcut through the stormy Sargasso Sea, again where the Bermuda Triangle is located, and it was here that they encountered an eerily silent sailing vessel with no crew on board, but strangely plenty of plunder. Almost like bait waiting for someone to find it. And the crew of the Ellen Austin took that bait. Wanting to salvage the ship and its goods, they decided to take it to New York with them and sent some of
Ow.
their bravest men over so they could sail both
Wait,
ships
what the-
back together. As they carried on
Wait, I
their
hit
journey
B.
across the Sargasso Sea, however,
Hit B.
they were caught in a huge storm. The howling winds and treacherous waves tore the ships away
注
from
目
one
の
another,
一番人気
and the Ellen Austin lost
18番
sight of the
ビル
now
ナス
manned ghost ship. When the weather finally cleared, the surviving sailors started searching for their friends and their
こ
comrades.
こは負け
Captain Griffin spotted the vessel and called to his crew, but there was no answer. The eerie silence had returned to the other ship once again. A number of sailors went to investigate, but found no signs of life on board. Their mates had disappeared without a trace. This didn't stop Captain Griffin from ordering a second team to board the ghostly unnamed vessel to New York. For several nights it seemed like they were getting away with it. The ships were on course for their destination. But their luck ran out when a thick blanket of fog started to settle across the water. The Ellen Austin came to a standstill as everyone waited for the fog to disperse. Once again they were separated from the unnamed ship, left to wait, practically blind and with no sound but creaking planks and the waves quietly licking the water. After the fog cleared, the ghost ship had disappeared completely, taking with it the entire crew and its treasures, never to be seen again. It makes for a good story, doesn't it? But is there actually something to it? Well, we know there was a ship called the Ellen Austin that sailed between Liverpool and New York. However, the journey in 1881 was confirmed to have gone without incident in Lloyd's of London's Register of Ships. Still, historical accounts keep mentioning mysterious happenings in this region even up to our modern age, well into the 20th century. It gained serious attention after an especially infamous tragedy occurred in March 1918. The USS Cyclops, a 542-foot-long Navy cargo ship with over 300 men and 10,000 tons of manganese ore, which was used in steelmaking, left Rio de Janeiro bound for Baltimore. After an unplanned stop in Barbados, she headed north and was never seen again. The ship's disappearance was the largest loss of life in US naval history that wasn't directly related to combat. The Cyclops never sent out an SOS distress call despite being equipped to do so, and an extensive search found no wreckage. US President Woodrow Wilson later said, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." In 1941, 2 of the Cyclops' sister ships similarly vanished without a trace.
What the
along
fuck?
nearly the same route.
What
One
the
quote
fuck?
from the Santa Fe magazine in 1920 described the incident.
This is 1920. Wait,
2番ビ
Search
ブラス
found no
What?
US President Woodrow Wilson later said, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship."
why would you go the same route?
1941.
Because okay, this is 1920. This era is like, it's really not that far away from us if you really think about it. It's really not that far away from the modern events of modern history. And
2 of the Cyclops' sister ships similarly vanished without a trace.
it's like 100 years.
along nearly
Only
the
100
same
years.
route. One quote from the Santa Fe magazine in 1920 described the incident. "She disappeared as though some gigantic monster of the sea had grabbed her, men and all, and sent her into the depths of the ocean."
How did bro know? How did bro know?
And the sadness of her destruction is amplified by the absence of any wireless calls for help being picked up by any ship along the route that the Cyclops followed.
High Seiko was running against
One
plumbers
military
in
tragedy followed
1920?
in the same part of the world.
That is crazy.
Doing nothing to dispel the growing theories that
Well, I
something
know.
strange was
Traumatic
afoot.
poetry.
Rather afloat. In December 1945, 5 Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers carrying 40 men took off from a Fort Lauderdale airfield in order to conduct practice bombing runs over some nearby shores. But with his compass apparently malfunctioning, the leader of the mission, known as Flight 19, got severely lost. Radioing to the control tower, "We cannot be sure where we are." 20 minutes later, after turning over command to a new flight leader for reasons unknown, the final words of Flight 19 were spoken. "It looks like we are entering white water. We are completely lost." All 5 planes flew aimlessly until they ran low on fuel and were forced to ditch at sea. That same day, a rescue plane and its 13-man crew also disappeared.
ここは
What?
After a massive week-long search failed to turn up any evidence, the official Navy report declared that it was as if they had flown to Mars. No wreckage or trace of the pilots or their planes has ever been found.
What?
Things were becoming more and more suspicious. No longer was this strange area just claiming ships. It now seemed to extend upwards to include anything that flew over it too. In December 1948, just a few years after Flight 19 had gone missing, a British passenger plane carrying around 30 people disappeared on the 30th of January while flying over the Azores to Bermuda. 1 year later, the BSAA Star Ariel, the same type of plane as the previous one, disappeared while flying from Bermuda to Kingston in Jamaica.
What?
Neither plane
Dude, stop flying
was
there.
ever found.
What? Stop flying there.
So many incidents in such a small space that all begin with Columbus noticing something strange about his compass, with no real evidence or explanation as to why. Someone needed to connect the dots and give this space a name. The Deadly Bermuda Triangle was the name American author Vincent Gaddis went for in the February 1964 edition of Argosy magazine. Draw a line from Florida to Bermuda, another one from Bermuda to Puerto Rico, and a third line back to Florida through the Bahamas. Within this area, known as the Bermuda Triangle, most of the total vanishments have occurred. In the absence of any hard facts, there was frenzied speculation about this idea, and unsurprisingly, it captured the imagination of the world. Suddenly,
It's Florida's fault.
detectives solving a serial murder. The mysteries have been connected. The article was a masterpiece of conspiratorial fantasy, suggesting that dark forces were at work. For context here, this was the era of the Cold War and the Cuban Missile Crisis, when conspiracy theories and hearsay loomed large. It was also a time when NASA, and science more generally, was increasingly filling in the blanks, providing answers to many of life's great unsolved questions. Yet here in the Bermuda Triangle was a phenomenon that tantalizingly defied explanation. Others were quick to cash in on the Bermuda Triangle fever. Scores of books were published, many became international bestsellers, with the most popular of all being Charles Berlitz's The Bermuda Triangle, published in 1974. It sold 20 million copies in more than 30 languages. An extraordinary feat for a work that offered up some mind-blowing suggestions as to what was really going on. Nothing was off limits. Berlitz's theories were so popular that when Steven Spielberg made Close Encounters of the Third Kind,
Get it! No way. No way. There's no way we're halfway through the video. This is the 169th run. It's all coming together. It's all coming together, guys. It's here. It's here. Lock the fuck in, lock the fuck in. Long B, we have one chance. We have one chance. We have one shot at this. Pay out the Gamba? Pay out the Gamba? Was it right before? Hang on. Pay it out. Someone said it would be coming 169? Dude, this is fucking insane. Holy shit. How many seals do I have? I'm checking info. I'm taking as much time as I can. I just need to hit long S though. This is like very easily a disappointment. I could just fucking die right here. And you guys will see me just crash out eventually. Like it could be right now. It could be the very next like minute or so. We hit long, we hit like long A or something and we lose. But we're here. We stand here today. And I'm not losing this. I'm not losing this. Not losing now. Not now. Not after 169 runs. Oh. Is my Vivos chat thing back? It's not back. The thing is broken, but it's okay. It's okay. Please. Please. I was autopiloting the entire fucking run. I need to understand what's going on. Lock it. Okay, check logs. When was my last Chokai Fuku? It was a while ago. We had 3 here. We just pop, keep going, right? Pop everything. I need the stamina. I need the stamina. I'm popping this early. We're gonna get orange soon. There we go. Okay, fine. Fuck. Ike. We max stam. We max speed. We have high width. Our power is okay. We just need to go. Lock in. The time is now. Check hints. Check hints. I see my acceleration. My acceleration is here. Hint is okay. Hint, please. Please be okay. Okay, it's okay. It's all okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This card is okay. This card is okay. This is still enough time. Please. Please. Wrap it up. Long corner. God. We are so close to the inspo. Inspo is right around the corner. It's right there. $169 runs in. This inspo could make or break the run. We have not hit a single fast learner ace in the last 36 days. 36 days. I'm popping this. I'm popping this right here. Please. And on the 169th day, I'm outing here, I'm outing here. Info is next round. Info is next round. It's right there. I click on the outing. It's going to take us to the inspo. Please. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready. I'm so not ready for this. I'm so not ready for this. So not ready. Two months of prep. 2.5, 3 Tachyon, 9 Tachyon reports slammed into this 1 CM. 2 whole months of preparation, spike farming. "36 days with no fast lunar." I'm so scared. I'm so scared. No long spike on the first one. Please. Long spikes, please, 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 please. Long, 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 long it, long it, long it, long it, long it. One more. One more. One more, please. Long it, please, long us. Shit. Oh. One more, it's just one more, it's just one more. It's just one more. What? "31 long sparks." One gold, one gold. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. One gold. 2 gold. I need 3 more. I'm missing 3. I'm missing 3. I'm missing 3. This one is halfway through. Event. Event. Events, okay, done. Orange. Chat, is Long A cope? How bad is Long A? Chat. How bad is Long A? I take this orange. I keep this orange. I keep this orange. I keep this orange. Five. Is it 5? Is it all done? Is it all done? Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Who am I missing? My stats do not matter. My skill points do not matter. I just slime everything. Just get speed. Just speed and stam. Speed and stam. Stam max. Stam max is okay. Stam max is okay. Stam max is passable.
注目のセレブになるんだもん。当然。どんどん一撃だね。調子はね最高。
Oh my god. Oh my god.
注目のセレブになるんだもん。当然。日からずっと途方もないけど叶えられるってそう踏み出したら道は続いててすぐじゃなくてもたどり着けるって私でも扉を開けたら全部素通りしてしまったからだどうすればいいの ってた何かがあって道しるべのよう先を示してたけど開いてみた手のひらの上見つめ返しても空っぽだったんだ私いつの間に落としてしまったそれとも最初からなかった答えでないよ転んだ日も立ち上がったらスカート切れるゴールに向かって思ってたけど違ったのかななぜやってみせるって疑わずいられたんだろうわからないから叫び出したい追いかけてるよ必死で背中なりたい自分はちゃんといるはずそれでも足りないんだよどれだけ一途でも永遠みたいな距離が空いてる見上げた空きらめいてたいつか見つけた憧れみたいに地上に一人置いてきぼりだ胸の中と思ってた光にじんで溶けてゆく未来はどこもう見えないねえ何を差し出せばいい傷ついてもいいよねだから無邪気すぎてた私の夢夜へと消えてゆく鳥雨に凍えながらぎゅっと膝抱いてただけど諦めそうになった瞬間に背中に感じた願い運命の意地悪そっと蹴っ飛ばせる私へと大丈夫なんて見せるほら降り注ぐ冷たさもいつかはきっと変わってくよ何度だって惹かれる 娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
さあ花に立ったのはゴールドシップ。このままリードすることができるか。第4コーナーを進んで得点へ向かう。ゴールドシップ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭はゴールドシップ単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は桜千代の王。少し後ろからオグリキャップ1周目の直線。スタンドの大歓声に迎えられながらウマ娘たちが走り抜ける。成田ブライアン並んできた。後ろクロノジェネシス4馬身離れて桜ローレル。その後第4馬身開いて6番ビブロス。さらには里のダイヤモンド1馬身差5番ビブロス。成田ブライアン先頭を進みますが、これは本当でしょうか。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですか。
1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。さあ先頭に立つのは成田ブライアン。続いてクロノジェネシス、内からゴールドシップ、外からオグリキャップ、さらには桜千代の王、里のダイヤモンド並んできた。2馬身差6番ビブロス、内桜ロール、後ろ5番ビブロス。意気揚々と先頭にいますオグリキャップ。どうでしょうこの展開。
当たってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですか。
2コーナー回って無表情で先頭は相変わらずオグリキャップ。残り数メートルを通過。続きましたクロノジェネシス。少し後ろから成田ブライアン、およそ5馬身開いて桜千代の王。後から里のダイヤモンド、外桜ローレル。少し後ろから6番ビブロス、後から5番ビブロス。大きく離れてゴールドシップ。そしてここで先頭はクロノジェネシス。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのはクロノジェネシス。飛び込んできたオグリキャップ。残り200、オグリキャップ。足色は衰えない。先頭オグリキャップ。しかしその差はわずか。どちらも一歩も譲らない熾烈なデッドヒート。クロノジェネシスとオグリキャップ。言えないよいつもだけど今伝えなくちゃ。きっと唇を噛んだ。夕焼け空の下で並んだ2つの影。君は少し驚いて僕を見た。もうすぐさよならなんだね。結局何にも言えないまま追い越していく。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。知らないうちに気持ちは膨らんでた。まるで生き物だ。さらに里のダイヤモンド、この後第4馬身開いて6番ビブロス、1馬身離れて桜千代の王。少し後ろから5番ビブロス、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
互いに足を止めている天元。このまま直線での争いになるのか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの小橋は間に合うか。里のダイヤモンド打ち落ちす。すごい足だ。100を通過。先頭は依然クロノジェネシス。里のダイヤモンド驚異的な末足。里のダイヤモンド完全に光の残像。時が経ってもいつまでもきっと憧れていたんだ。もう一緒にはいられないけど、風を切り駆け抜けていく。4番ビブロス姿、眩しい微笑みを僕は絶対忘れないよずっと。
ちょっと前に。
現在1番手はさらには向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ20馬身。先頭がやや速いのか隊列は縦長になっています。残り1000メートルを通過。さらには成田ブライアン、
その後ろにクロノジェネシス、1馬身離れて桜千代の王、内で里のダイヤモンド、2馬身3馬身開いて4番ビブロス、その後ろに9番ビブロス、差がなく1番オグリキャップ、内を回りますゴールドシップ、その後から7番オグリキャップ、第4コーナーカーブ、
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ、桜千代の王、混んでくる200を通過、並んでくる桜千代の王、桜千代の王、完全に抜け出した桜千代の王、足色は衰えない、お見事桜千代の
知りたかったんだ。
100回以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利。
たゆたうように心が揺らいでるのに呼吸しては消えた。こんな気持ち言葉だけじゃきっと足りなくなる。僕が必要としてる感情も誰かが手に取ったんだ。なのに憧れは空みたいにどこまででも綺麗な青でいつでもここにあるんだね。僕にだって叶えたいんだ。どうしたらいい。触れるように夢感じてしまった。どこかでずっとそう分かってた。風に溶けてる想いも鼓動もきらめきさえも今こんなにどうして言えるの。こうとした姿を見つめるほどに寂しさを感じた。器用さとか甘え方をそっと羨んでた。そばでいつだってしっかりされるとさ悔しくなる日もあったんだ。だけど描きたい未来の絵はこれ海のように広くて深くて美しいんだよ。僕はきっと進みたいんだ。願うように今気づいてしまった。本当はずっとこう思ってた。合わないそれでも憧れさえ超えたいとね。こんなに思いは強いの。ただただただただ眩しい景色が今触れるように夢感じてしまった。どこかでずっとそう分かってた。風に溶けてた想いも鼓動もきらめくすべてこんなにどうして願うように今気づいてしまった。本当はずっとこう思ってた。合わないそれでも憧れさえ超えたいとね。こんなに思いは強いの。
ビブロス、少し離れて5番ビブロス、内をついてゴールドシップ、大きく離れてスペシャルウィーク、第4コーナーカーブ、
ここからスタート。一気にレースが動きます。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ、突っ込んでくる桜千代の王、残り200、先頭は依然クロノジェネシス、ここまでか。桜千代の王、抜け出した桜千代の王、追いすがる里のダイヤモンド、2人もつれたままゴールイン。勝ったのは桜千代の王、2着には里のダイヤモンド、3着クロノジェネシス。
あらら、微妙な感じ。 さあ精一杯を出走馬娘の登録ですね。どのようなレースだよ始まってない時代は
1番
嘘をついちゃうようなドラマ
あれは
起こらない大きくだから胸は踊るんだ叶うか叶わないかで夢選べないいつも気づけば走り出していた風吹いてなんか
2馬身3馬身開いて1番ビブロス内を回って6番ビブロス大きく離れてスペシャルウィークその後ろに3番オグリキャップ意気揚々と先頭を行きますクロノジェネシスどうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
先頭は変わらずクロノジェネシス続いて桜千代の王2番オグリキャップここにいますその後3、4馬身開いて6番ビブロス1馬身差1番ビブロスそして里のダイヤモンドまもなく第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
さあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか中山の直線は短いぞ後ろの子たちは間に合うか外から1番ビブロス驚異的な末足200を通過クロノジェネシス苦しいけど粘っている1番ビブロス並んできた1番ビブロスここで抜け出した1番ビブロス差し切ってゴール1番ビブロス見事に完勝レースを制しました2着は里のダイヤモンド
込んでいくんだ鮮やかなディオマビクトリー今はずっと遥か彼方この涙踏み越えたらいつかたどり着けると願いかけ空っぽの手をぎゅっと握った水たまりぬかるみさえ突き抜けてその向こうへ泥だらけ傷だらけでご本気の背中もう一度仰向けで見た空はどこまでも
6番人気は
今終わったらハッピーエンド今終わったらまとえ諦めた瞬間でゴールは違うから
あれは
信じてる足蹴って蹴って蹴って走る先焦がれてたその景色あること
そしてその内からいたのは5番ビブロス2馬身3馬身開いて2番ビブロス後ろスペシャルウィーク大きく離れて7番オグリキャップあとは桜千代の王里のダイヤモンド4番手とどめをついて5番ビブロス内で2番ビブロスそしてその後方にはゴールドシップその後ろからスペシャルウィーク第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
さあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのかさあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入ったクロノジェネシス食い下がる6番オグリキャップ速い速いもはや独走状態200を通過先頭は6番オグリキャップ変わらない6番
私と同じでいる限りだから行くよ希望を見つめてるユースフルアイ
6番あれはスタートです
さあ精一杯を抱いてけるハイエースここにあるんだよ始まってない時代は
そしてそのうち6番ビブロスそしてその後ろから行くのは里のダイヤモンド2馬身3馬身開いて2番ビブロスあとはゴールドシップ後ろスペシャルウィークさらに4番オグリキャップまもなく第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか中山の直線は短いぞ後ろの子たちは間に合うか桜千代の王追いすがる200を 戦闘は変わらずクロノジェネシス。足色は衰えないクロノジェネシス。6番人気
たどれないんだろう。もう少し意地だったら取りそうだけどなきごという自分しっくりこない。
あれは
やっぱがむしゃらに進もうこのままで。未体験ゾーンへジャンピン心を刺した運命その真っただ中飛び込んでいくんだ。
戦闘がやや早いのか間延びした展開です。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
現在1番手はゴールドシップ、続いて2番オグリキャップ。残り1000メートルを通過。依然先頭は2番オグリキャップ、続きました桜千代の王。1馬審査クロノジェネシス内を回って里のダイヤモンド、そしてその外を回って8番ビブロス、2馬身離れて7番ビブロス、大きく離れてゴールドシップ5馬身離れてスペシャルウィーク、大きく離れて3番オグリキャップ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはクロノジェネシス、内から仕掛けたのは8番ビブロス。200を通過。8番ビブロス、すごい足だ。8番ビブロス完全に抜け出した。桜千代の王ホイッスガルお見事。8番ビブロス着差以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。
つかめ変わり無我夢中なハートのままで。今日のルートが閉ざされても明日のゲートまたこじ開けてこう。どんな冬でも越えてみせるよ。灰が澄んで散らされてもそう思いまでは消えやしない。花は咲くよいつかきっと。それは絶対的な未来なんだ。だから行くよ私が私でいるために。だから行くよ希望を見つめてるユースフルアイ。今回ウィナーズサークルは
6番人気あれはスタート。
さあ精一杯を抱いて Get to highest ここにあるんだよ始まってない時代は。
3番手2馬身3馬身開いて里のダイヤモンド、少し後ろから2馬身差里のダイヤモンド。5番手4番ビブロス、およそ5馬身開いて2番ビブロス、大きく離れてゴールドシップ、そしてその後ろから行くのはスペシャルウィーク、大きく離れて8番オグリキャップ。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。中山の作戦は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。クロノジェネシス強い強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り200クロノジェネシス。足色は衰えないクロノジェネシス、リードは5馬身。先頭はクロノジェネシス、変わらない1着は
閉ざされても明日のゲートまたこじ開けてどんな冬でも越えてみせるよ。灰が寸前散らされてもそう思いまでは消えやしない。花は咲くいつかきっと。それは絶対的な未来なんだ。だから行くよ私が私でいるために。
9番ビブロス。
毎日をたどれないんだろう。もう少し意地だったら取りそうだけどな
あれは
自分しっか
してその後ろから行くのはスペシャルウィーク、そして内目をつきましてはゴールドシップ、さらには6番オグリキャップ。第4コーナーカーブ、
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
クロノジェネシス、ここで抜け出した。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。抜け出したのはクロノジェネシスだが後続も追いすがる。残り200、8番オグリキャップ、食い下がるクロノジェネシス。ここまでか。並びかけてきたのは桜千代の桜千代の
信じてる足がつけて走る時焦がれてたその景色あることさあ輝きへと夢まとっていよいよ決勝登録ですね。
6番人気は
体当たりでつかめ変わり、無我夢中なハートのままで今日のルートが閉ざされても明日のゲーム
あれは
こじ開けてこどんな冬でも超えてみせるよ。愛が寸前散らされてもそう思いまでは消えやしない。花は咲くよいつかきっと、それは絶対的な未来なんだ。だから行くよ私が私でいるために。
続きましたクロノジェネシス。
行くよ希望を見つめてるよ。
そしてその後ろから行くのは里のダイヤモンド、さらにゴールドシップ、スペシャルウィーク。並んできた。大きく離れて3番オグリキャップ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはクロノジェネシス。突っ込んでくるクロノジェネシス。200を通過。食い下がる4番オグリキャップ。クロノジェネシス足色は衰えない。先頭は変わらずクロノジェネシス。お見事クロノジェネシス、100歳以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。クロノジェネシス見事な。
嘘をついちゃうようなドラマ大抵起こらない。大げだから胸は踊るんだ。叶うか叶わないかで夢選べない。いつも気づけば走り出していた。風吹いてなんかつぼみ
It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. My downhill skill is dog shit. My high soul mentality is dog shit. My unique skill is dog shit. My entire character is dog shit. There's no mid game, there's no late game, there's no early game, and the conditions are stringent. I'm locked in a 3rd place position, I'm locked in 4th place position. I need people in front of me, I need people at the back of me, behind me. I need people to run fast, I need the lobby to be fast, I need the pacers in front of me to be strong enough, I need people to be not jobber. The people I fought just now. The trainers I fought just now. The Umas from them. People I fought just now. Are both demons on their own? I put myself in the demon lobby. These are all cosmic entities. But what use is Charles Victoria Frontier if I'm not making a cosmic entity ace? What purpose do I have if I can't make a cosmic entity ace? So what if I'm fighting myself against cosmic entity ace? Is that not my purpose? What if I can't do it? What the fuck am I supposed to do? What's my purpose?
冬なドラマ大抵起こらない大げだから胸は踊る今日の私叶うか叶わないかで夢選べないいつも気づけば走り出していた
ここは負けられ
風に吹いてないかつぼみ摘んで去ってでも疑わない始まってない時代を体当たりで掴めゴーリ無我夢中なハートのままで今日のルートが閉ざされても明日のゲートをまたこじ開けてどんな冬でも越えてみせるよ開花寸前散らされてもそう思いまでは消えやしない花は咲くいつかきっとそれは絶対的な未来なんだだから行くよ私が私でいるためになぜ危なげない道をたどれないんだろうもう少し意地だったら通りそうだけどなきごという自分しっくりこないからやっぱがむしゃらに進もうこのままで未体験ゾーンジャンピン心さした運命その真っただ中飛び込んでいくんだ鮮やかなディオマビクトリー今はずっと遥か彼方こぼす涙乗り越えたら奴がたどり着けると願いかけ空っぽの手をぎゅっとできた水たまりぬかるみさえ突き抜けてその向こう
Depicted the Flight 19 aircrew as having been abducted by aliens. Berlitz aimed to prove that the Bermuda Triangle was connected to the mythical lost city of Atlantis, pulling ships, planes and people into its murky depths, explaining why so many vessels and aircraft had disappeared. He also leaned heavily on paranormal or supernatural phenomena to explain what he says cannot be mere coincidences. For example, most interesting to Berlitz is that most of the missing aircraft and ships didn't send out distress calls before disappearing. Something he suggests is evidence of extraterrestrial interference, or at least paranormal activity.
注目の一
Pricking the ears of Spielberg, evidently. But he doesn't stop there. Oh no, he suggests that the triangle may be a portal under the sea, transcending time and space to another dimension, or some other unearthly place. Similarly, he says this might be the spot on Earth reserved for aliens to abduct humans. To Berlitz, the possibilities were endless, the wilder the better, even if critics, and us, hold serious doubts about his methodology. We know so much these days. Even in the 70s, gaps in knowledge were being filled in. So to cling on to something that we might not have all the answers to is intoxicating. And it's why the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle has stood the test of time. It's exhilarating to think that despite all these great scientific minds and database analytics in the world today, something somehow slipped under the net. It's like a riddle that can't be solved with pretty much the entire rest of the planet mapped out. Bar this small triangle of mystery. Although we haven't heard much about it recently, have we? But the truth is, we do have the answers. We can finally explain what's going on in the Bermuda Triangle. It's a really strong answer too, not one of those could be this or maybe that. We're an Earth Science channel first and foremost, and as much as I'd love to make a video on Atlantis, ghost ships and alien abductions, maybe one day, there are some more plausible science-based theories that exist about the Bermuda Triangle and its disappearances. One of the things that comes up time after time is navigational issues. We touched on a couple with Columbus's compass going awry and Flight 19 essentially being unable to identify where they were during their training run. In almost every account of the mystery surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, you'll see reference to the fact that it's one of only two places on Earth, the other being the Devil's Sea just off the coast of Japan, where a compass points to true north rather than magnetic north. Could this cause compasses to malfunction so that ships and planes get terribly off course? A quick compass refresh if, like me, you've forgotten how to use one because your phone does it for you. The compass works because its magnetic needle is attracted by the magnetism of Earth, which draws it to point to the constantly shifting magnetic North Pole. The geographic North Pole, on the other hand, is static and is located 1,200 miles north of the magnetic pole. The variation between these two readings is known as magnetic declination or compass variation, which can change as you move across the globe. There's another piece of terminology that's relevant here as well, the agonic line. It's an imaginary line where true north and magnetic north are in perfect alignment. There is no magnetic declination. In the early 18th century, Edmund Halley noticed that the agonic line was slowly moving westwards. He came up with the idea of showing declination as contour lines on a map. At points west of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point east of true north, positive declination. At points east of the agonic line, a magnetic needle will point west of true north, negative declination. Since then, scientists have noted a westward drift of the agonic line with an average velocity of about 0.2 degrees per year. This drift is not equal in all places, however. It's much stronger in the Atlantic Hemisphere than in the Pacific Hemisphere. Navigators must always compensate for magnetic declination when they chart their courses. While the agonic line once did pass through the Bermuda Triangle, it now falls within the Gulf of Mexico, rendering claims that it contributes to disappearances in the triangle largely inaccurate. The issue with the compass malfunction theory is that calculation errors anywhere could cause a plane or ship to go off course. It also assumes that experienced pilots and captains passing through the area were unaware of magnetic declination, which is unlikely. Not to mention the vast majority of boaters and flyers pass through this area without incident. Another thing you'll have noticed about these instances, particularly at sea, is an absence of wreckage on almost every occasion. One plausible theory for this is quite simply good old-fashioned bad weather. Hurricane season, as we know, passes right through the middle of this exact location. Just look at 2024's devastation in this area. Some theorists cite rogue waves as being a reason so many ships haven't reached their destinations. Huge, abnormally large waves that can reach up to 100 feet in height. Rogue waves are certainly real and account for roughly 1 in every 10,000 waves. The first recorded by an instrument was on the 1st of January in 1995 in the North Sea. This particular wave, known as the Draupner wave, was 84 feet tall. Let's not forget about the role of the Gulf Stream here too, a theory supported by NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which says environmental considerations can explain away some of the Bermuda Triangle disappearances. The Gulf Stream travels along the western edge of the triangle and is extremely swift and very turbulent. It can pose extreme navigational challenges, especially inexperienced sailors. The Gulf Stream has been reported to move faster than 4 or 5 knots per hour in some areas. That's 300 times faster than the Amazon River. This is more than enough to throw sailors hundreds of miles off course if they don't compensate correctly for the current. It can also quickly erase any evidence of disaster. An increasingly popular and in fact the newest scientific theory to come to light is based around methane. We know it mostly as a particularly potent greenhouse gas that comes from cows, but large amounts of methane are trapped in sediments beneath the ocean. In 2016, researchers at the Arctic University of Norway discovered craters off the coast of the country that were up to half a mile wide and 150 meters deep. They suggest the craters appear to have been caused by the explosive release of methane that was trapped in the sediment below, exploding upwards as giant burps of death. Despite their research making it very clear that they were not claiming any links to the triangle, other academics, including Russian scientist Igor Yeltsov, took it upon themselves to make the connection anyway. And of course, many media outlets in particular have lapped up the theory. The Astroearth view? That's certainly possible, but highly, highly unlikely to be the culprit. With methane gas, geomagnetism, and the Caribbean's stormy weather systems, it becomes apparent that this region can be treacherous for both planes and boats. These are plausible scientific explanations that demystify the Bermuda Triangle. The truth is though, putting said obvious environmental conditions aside, simply mentioning scientific terms like geomagnetism or methane blowouts doesn't equate to presenting irrefutable evidence. These are hypotheses or speculations, they're not definitive conclusions. So where's the real evidence? At the end of it all, a diary that was translated from 1492, a magazine article from the 1940s, and even a best-selling book from the 70s, well, they all tell one story. But when you examine the actual available aviation and marine casualty data over the last few decades, and you compare this to other regions across the globe, the data reveals a very different story. In fact, it's precisely the lack of a story that puts us to the
みんな集中してましたね。攻
There
撃
is
が期待できそうです
nothing out of the ordinary going on in the Bermuda Triangle. It doesn't even make the top 10 most dangerous ocean regions in the world. Utilising the marine casualty and pollution data for researchers' data set, which covers 100,000 plus records from 1982 to 2015, all left with around 9,000 incidents for analysis. Of these, 361 were located within the Bermuda Triangle, just 4%. This reveals that the causes of casualties in the Bermuda Triangle closely mirrored the worldwide pattern, with a somewhat lower occurrence of capsizing events, likely due to the proximity to major trading ports where conditions are generally calm. Interestingly, no incidents classified as disappearance were reported within the Bermuda Triangle between 1982 and 2015. YouTuber Johnny Harris obtained shipping data from 2021 via Lloyd's List, a global shipping publication, which took this a step further. Their data showed that in that entire year, 1.8% of all vessels everywhere in the world have some sort of casualty during their voyage, which included mysterious disappearances. Of the 8,634 boats that passed through the Bermuda Triangle, there were only 2 such casualties, 0.02%. According to the Lloyd's List dataset, the danger of disappearing in the Bermuda Triangle is actually 90 times lower than the global average. Whilst not committing to quite as low a number as Johnny's video does, Lloyd's of London and the US Coast Guard back this up, stating the number of ships that go missing in the Bermuda Triangle to be the same as anywhere else in the world on a percentage basis. Over the past decade, annual shipping losses have actually decreased by 70%, and regions around the Bermuda Triangle don't get a look in when there are incidents. For the past decade, the South China, Indochina, Indonesia and Philippines regions have been by far the worst affected, and the East Mediterranean and Black Sea regions were the second top loss locations. But what about the planes flying over it? Turning our attention to aviation incidents, we can explore the aviation accidents database provided by the National Transportation Safety Board. This covers all investigated accidents from 1962 to the present, including both commercial and military flights. Here we find a very similar story, or lack thereof. While notorious incidents like the Flight 19 bomber's disappearance and various passenger aircraft mysteries have fueled Bermuda Triangle legends, a closer examination of the data revealed that most incidents occurred during landing and takeoff, primarily in the Bahamas. Only a few incidents during flights resulted in fatalities, and the only documented commercial flight accident was attributed to poor weather-related decisions by the pilot. Since 1965, there's only been one aviation incident over Bermuda. JetBlue flight number N913JB experienced severe turbulence, resulting in 1 injury. In the case of the infamous Flight 19, the transcripts show Lieutenant Taylor, the lead pilot, thought his compass had malfunctioned and that he was above the Florida Keys, a string of islands stretching to the southwest of the US mainland, when in fact later analysis by ground staff would show he was to the southeast near an island in the Bahamas. Instead of turning back west toward Florida, he kept flying east deeper into the Atlantic Ocean. In other words, he'd gotten lost. This is something that, according to Australian scientist Karl Krasniqi, has happened on previous occasions with the same pilot. In all likelihood, this tragedy was sadly as a result of human error. In the triangle, the islands of Bermuda experience on average one damaging tropical cyclone once every 6 or 7 years, with smaller, lesser systems affecting the island more frequently. Approximately 500 tropical and subtropical cyclones have affected the state of Florida. More storms hit Florida than any other US state. And since 1851, only 18 hurricane seasons have passed without a known storm impacting the state. Puerto Rico is hit by hurricanes on average about 4 or 5 times a year. Even in 2025, where we can track, predict, model, observe and plan against coming storms, they still cause tremendous devastation. So imagine what it would have been like when we couldn't. So there you have it. Maybe slightly underwhelmingly, but if your friends ever bring this up, you can confidently reassure them that there really isn't anything special about the Bermuda Triangle. It's undeniably one of the worst weather-affected regions on the planet. So it tracks that unfortunately, and over the course of several centuries, there would be incidents along the way. But the truth is, statistically speaking, you're at no more risk of travelling through the Bermuda Triangle than you are anywhere else in the world. In fact, it's significantly safer than me travelling from Dover to Calais for my boring summer holiday. Sadly, it seems that some of these tragic events come down to simple human error, and one of the worst weather-affected regions in the world. No more, no less. Sorry, aliens, but the good news is the curse has been lifted. The Bermuda Triangle is, well, relatively boring, or as I like to put it, fabulously unremarkable. And let's be honest, we could actually do with things being a little more unremarkable in our lives right now.
向こう正面中間に入っていく残り1000メートルを通過先頭から後方まで縦長の展開だ
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね
先頭は相変わらずクロノジェネシス続きました
We win.
オグリキャップさらにビワハヤヒデその後ろに8番オグリキャップそしてその後ろから行くのは成田トップロードここまでが先頭集団
We cannot win.
進んで直線へ向かう
内から来るか
はい
外から来るか最後の局面です
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはクロノジェネシス
Is this warp?
ときめきが始まるよ
外を回っていったのはビブロス突っ込んでくる残り200ビブロス強烈な追い上げビブロス並びかけてきた足色は衰えないビブロス差し切ってゴール
セレブになるんだもん当然
晴れ渡さあゲートが開いた
Hey, CM guide. Zeke Ninja, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Hello. Zeke Ninja, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, we just got off our fast learner run.
5番オグリキャップうちにはビワハ
Yeah.
ヤヒデ8番オグリキャップ
This distance, she was able to chase. This is a slow lobby, yet. I mean, I'm double diva for her, that's fair. And then I kind of just dive into there with my unique skill. I dove into there, I triggered unique or something. No, high soul mentality plus unique skill.
残り200ビブロス強烈な追い上げビブロスここで抜け出したビブロス足色は衰えないビブロス差し切ってゴー
Oh my god.
見事に完勝レースを制しました2着は
Man.
5番オグリキャップ
Man.
セレブになるんだもん
Oh my god. My mid is like, fuck. Should make a long bakshin. Alright. We just got out of fast learner run. We can do that. We can do that. If we somehow do get fast learner on this godforsaken run, you owe me 10 gifted. You do that. Which one do you want? You know what? I'm mentally like shattered, if you can't tell. This game is fucked up. Us. Like I have no energy. I have no energy. I really do not. I don't have any energy left. Us. Let's go pace our ace run, shall we? Let's go ace run. So dead inside. What is my purpose? What is my purpose? This is me right now. This is me. This is me. Musume is me. This is also me, by the way. This is also me. If we somehow fucking get past Luna on this run, you owe me 10 gifted. And I'm ending the stream if we somehow get past Luna on this run. My mental is shattered. There you go. Let's play Pace Chaser. Guys, let's play Pace Chaser. I love Pace Chaser. I figured you might want to see this since we're doing a Bashin run. Oh, Bashin is like 4-star. Figured. Yo, Zeke Ninja. Thank you for another 10. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Zeke Ninja. Thank you. Alright, we got this. Okay, now we hit a good run. You enjoy Bashin? Nice. Does this close? Oh wait, oh I haven't changed it. Wait, oh I haven't changed it. Oh, do I have to? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I gotta change clothes for her. Is this Schizo? Is this card Schizo? This card Schizo, right? Oh my god. Zero LB wind variation. This card is unironically good. Like, unfortunately, this card is unironically good at 0 LB. Like, this is crazy card. Guys, let's talk a little bit about today. Today, I woke up like 1 PM or something. After yesterday's stream, after yesterday's session, my hands were fucking tired and shit. Well, I mean, I had to still keep doing runs. We hung out with like Sparks and like Jaka for a bit, and then I got on to do runs, right? Not on stream. God. I did coaching with Alice on the onsen scenario because she wanted to do Aston Machan on Arimakina. And we did one run. I taught her the basics. I taught her how to play the game. And on the second run, she hit Sasun. For the Ari Makina. on the second run on onsen. We were doing Arima Kinen runs, right? She was running Pace Chaser. She was running Pace Chaser Machan, which is obviously easier. She had the cards. For some reason, with this deck, barring Almond Eye, subbing Almond Eye out for what's that called? You sub Almond Eye out for the new MLB Air Groove, and she somehow had stronger deck than what I have right now. Two skill point, 4 skill point, 5, 7, 9, and then MLB Hag. I asked for permission to talk about this on stream, but yeah, it was like, oh my god. It was like, bro. That run came out to be Long A Aston Machan. Long A Aston Machan with the Phenomenal card, which was the card that that run needed. It came out last round. The very last round that it could come out, it completed the event. And Phenomenal was like working overtime. The Phenomenal card was spitting out every single missing hint in the last 3 Chokai Fuku. It was so dumb. Like, it spat out, it was missing like long straight and then like all the skills and whatnot. And then in the last, from early December, late December, all the way until the end of year finale, every single outing, every single Chokai Fuku, it was just spitting out hits. Oh. A tiny bit of me was shattered that day. Yeah, like long corners, yeah. Phenomenal long corner, and then I remember it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 hints, it was like not there, and then in like 3 rounds, it's just all collected. So dumb. But yeah. Second run fast learner was crazy. It was actually crazy. Anyways, here is the Pace Chaser gameplay for you guys. Sprinter, Pace Chaser, honestly it's not that bad. Bakshin at least has a unique skill. Well, new Bakshin doesn't, but old Bakshin does. Do I orange? Oh, no orange, no orange, no orange. Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, okay. Okay, okay, sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost. Kind of have to not slime so hard. Orange. 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 Oh my fucking god. All good. It is like a small run anyways. Hi Almanai. World is unfair. Just gotta keep pushing. Whatever. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on stream tomorrow. I mean, it's free content for you guys, but, you know. It's free content for you guys. Actually, I'll just pop this first. God. Finish this. Come on. Let's go. Acer cards! Rah! Pace Chaser. Wow, I love using Pace Chaser cards. They feel so much better. They feel like actual real cards. So whatever a fuck slop Asian Flash speed card late surgers are supposed to use. Because if I'm optimized, I don't even want to use it. 씨발. Too far. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. You hit the stat lines anyways. And we hit 3 long anyways. What? Rah. Right, come on. Sakura Bakshino. Right. I was about to say, does this close, or the OG one, show her pits more? Which one shows her pits more? This one? Yo, this is like... You guys didn't have this for a while. Just food for thought. Something for you guys to chew on. Excel. I wish I'm playing a Pacer character. I wish I played Pacer. Kitasan Black's hits are insane, by the way. Some guy in chat said like Kitasan Black, Sasuga, Kitasan Black's grandparent, right? Kitasan Black's hits are fucking insane. Have you seen those things? Max, I don't know how to say the name. Max, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Did you miss a second pass learner? There has not been a second pass learner. There is no Christmas. There is no justice. There's no Christmas. There's no real. Nothing is real in the world. Bro. I haven't really taken a good look at this card, honestly. But like, if you really give it a good look, like really give it a good look. Oh, her fingers. Her pits. Hello? 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 Hi. Is this peak, chat? Is this what peak is? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, give me that stuff. Bro. I might be losing my mind. I don't know, man. I don't know. You! It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. And all faction actually gets belly button too. Like belly button. Crazy. Yeah, I might be retiring after Arima. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It's been a good run, guys. It's been a good 6 months. It's been a good run, guys. Oh my god. Okay, I come back. I only come back on one condition. Almanai is released. I'm gonna quit after Arimakinen, and then I come back on one condition. Almanai gets released. And I'll only fucking wheelchair Almanai. I'm done. I only come back until the next CM. Alright? I quit. I quit. I'm saying here. After the Arimakinen, I quit. I quit until the next CM comes out. Yeah, okay? Until the next PvP event comes out, I quit. I'm so done, bro. Wait, I'm gonna partial quit until the next game. Nah, I'm joking. I'm staying. I'm not going anywhere. It's the game has me fucking on hold. GG. The 5th anniversary is gonna drop a fucking banger and fucking banger scenario that I'll need to learn, and I'm gonna suffer on it for like another 20 hours, and then I'm gonna hate myself for making that decision. But yeah, this game has me on a chain, like, bro. And Biblos put me on a chain, like put me on a leash. Sorry. Biblos put me on a leash, put like ankles around my like you know she locked me with like a lock or something. I'm like kind of stuck. No, I have Biblos on the leash. I mean, sorry, she has me on the leash. Sorry, I mean, sorry. I mean, Virishina has both of us on the leash. Mommy? Sorry? Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, I might be losing it. I'm not sure though. No. I might be losing it. I'm not sure though. Yeah. Chat. Am I schizo? Or is the world crazy? Bro, Charles White, Chrono genuinely lose it. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. That made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And that made me crazy. There was a room filled of Biblos. There was a room filled with Biblos, or there was a room filled to the brim with Biblos, or in a room I filled. Crazy? I was crazy once. Dude, I cannot. Like, let me be schizo for a minute. Because, like, holy shit. After that all happened, I don't know what happened for, like, the last 2 days. Holy shit. Not a single long spark. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. There's not a single long spark. Not bad. Is it okay? Is it okay if there's no long spark? Is it okay if I hit like a max stamina, max speed? Bro. Man, I'm so dead. Over, guys. Bye. I might disappear for a bit. Make horses, right? To make horses. So tired. Oh my god. Hi. Yeah, no, I do run faster on off stream. Like, oh my god. Although I could stream my stuff, but yeah, this is like streaming my suffering. My mental is usually not that bright. Like, my right hand is starting to hurt, guys. And mine is starting to slow down. My right hand is starting to hurt. I think it's a sign to stop. I will free my sprinters from the tyranny that is Director and Kazuna. They are the true racers. You run races to be fast. Only speed, only factions. True. Zeke Ninja, are you interested in Cobblestone Lighto? Are you like an enjoyer of Cobblestone Lighto? Are you an enjoyer of Cobblestone Lighto? He's like second? I see. So you like speed. You like fast. Good taste. Then cool. There you go. Go fast. Run faster. Run faster, Bakshin. Run faster, Bakshin. Run faster! Lord Canada. Yeah. Okay. Alright. You know what? Just for you. Let me look for the race. Yeah. Let's have some fun. Alright, just for you, we're gonna distance the 3600 and distance the Arimagina. You have some fun here. This one is okay. Nakayama 1200. This is the distance for sprinter stakes. Nakayama 1200. Now, if she can win the Nakayama 1200, what if we just triple the distance? She won the sprinter stakes. This is Nakayama. What if we just triple distance but still run on Nakayama? It's just tripling what she originally had to run on like a sprint, right? Naturally, yeah, we're gonna give her Nakayama race course. There you go. Boom. Enjoy. We're gonna give her everything, and oh shit, I don't have outing. I don't have outing. Shit. I trolled really hard. That's okay. Whatever. Okay. All right. She might need some more stamina. Give her more stamina. Okay. Alright guys. Go. First we need to tackle this inconsequential mile race. A mile race in front of us. Like, we need to go beat the real Goliath. We need to beat our actual opponents. We don't care about no mile race. 1600 is but a number. Gimme. A mile. Disgusting mile race. Come on. Now, mere 1600 does not hold me back. We're going to race on the real turf. Let's go. Inside scoop. Pacer. This groundwork. Hail. ETO. This one. Head to head, head on. Come on, man. Let's go. Give me that skill. Yeah. If we can win the Nakayama 1200, that means we can win Nakayama 36. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Yeah, just times 3 the distance. It's okay. Wow, we're fighting so many goats. That's crazy.
この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子メジルブライト。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。ここまで無敗2大スプリンター車桜学信号1番人気です。火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。今スタートが切られました。
This is just a warm-up race faction. Run faster. Watch it go. Run faster. Come on. We're going down the home stretch for first time, for first lap. Yeah? We have taken first place in the mid game. We have taken first place. Now, into the late game. She just proc True Worth. She procced an Excel. She's now running it down. She's going. That. Not fast enough. Go faster. Go faster. Run. That is crazy camera pan. They haven't even crossed the corner. They haven't even crossed the corner. That is crazy. Alright. Now onto the Arimakinen. Shall we? Now onto the Arimakinen. This short distance should not be that big of an issue. Actually, go. Okay, for fun, we're gonna do POV probably doesn't strike as hard. Okay, let's go this. Okay, let's go. Front work. There's front. There's two fronts in the lobby. Come on. Can we get this one in? Okay. There's two fronts. There's just no runaway. Oh, Bakshin. Bakshin actually might be able to proc unique skill. Speaking of like in global, in JP, Bakshin unique might actually work. Unironically. Alright, we're running for it. Come on. Where's Chronogenesis? Why is Chronogenesis there? Why is Chronogenesis there? Get her out. We win against Chronogenesis. Go. Run faster. Chrono is second. Run away from Chrono. Run away from Chrono. Go, 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 go. Gee, distance. Okay, there we go. There we go. Maybe... Cool. What if I run an ace on the Arima without fast learner? Am I just going to get 50% win rate? Am I just going to get slime? You know, for the Arima, I low-key might consider running OG Villas plus 2 stamp debuff. I might go Murmur. Not gonna lie. I might go Murmur. What if I run double Murmur in 2026? Currently, stamina debuff, like most of the Umas, actually have trouble getting enough stamina. So I could do that, but it's like it feels really bad. It feels really bad, I think. Like double Murmur means I win so much, but that's like nah, bro. That's like kind of slime. I can probably win a bunch with it, but like double Murmur is so cancer. The stamina line in CM is 1800 plus 3.5. So you need at least 3.5 recovery to finish the race. But if you have like Karada or other skills that consume your stamina at the late race, you will end up spending way too much stamina. Then those are slimeable. Because nobody has extra stamina, actually. The Umas are faster now. The Umas are faster, they have way too many skills and they consume way too much stamina. So the same amount of stamina cannot sustain them anymore. Originally, like the last 2 long CM that they did was 26 and 2500. Running faster means more stamina consumption. And they are kind of running too fast for themselves. Alrighty, this is going to be the end of the Bakshin run. I'm gonna wrap it up. Not the pink skills, not just the pink skills. More like every skill. If you have too many speed skills, they drain your stamina. They consume. Going overboard, ethics and skills wise, to achieve your dream is admirable. I mean, like, low key, after 168 9 runs, I can't hit a single fast learner. Like, holy fuck. Low key, this game's slimeable, bro. Alright, there you go. But, yeah. Might do some testing. Might be worth a shot. Might do some testing. Okay, that's going to be the Bakshin run for you. Thank you, Zeke Ninja. Wow, that's crazy. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm not gonna go too far. Go more. I will answer that one question on global. After today's trainer test, they added new Evo skills mention, right? In the tab, in this thing, this the user whatever book section, the trainer guidebook, right? So my take on that is it's nothing burger question mark. It's like I think they just added things because they over translated a bunch of stuff. However, I do like to positively, or I'm like kind of I'm speculating here. I'm quite positive. Well, not I'm quite positive, but I have faith that they're going to do something for first anniversary. They're over translating something. I might be cope. Don't take anything I say here just now for seriously. There's nothing guaranteed here. There is nothing guaranteed here. But there may very well be something. So yeah. I'm gonna end stream here. Like my mental is like break. Alright, thank you guys. At least we got our fast learner, right? At least we got it. It was in 169 runs. Oh my god. Reset the counter. 1 because we did 1 run just now and 177. Alright, cool. But we're gonna end it all here. We're not ending it all, but like we're gonna end the stream here. Was it a good run? Our run ended up terrible. Well, it was close. It was close. It missed 1 vital skill, and it missed Longus, which unfortunately means that it's not good enough. It missed the acceleration. It missed acceleration itself. It missed excel. So it's like cooked. At least I really don't know what this thing is existing for. Like I have 6 long spark on you. I don't know what your purpose is, bro. You have to do something for me. And you're not doing anything for me, you stupid rat. Like Malo Sunday, please. You rat, you're not doing anything for me. You're not doing anything. I have... What's that? 9? This is... How much? 6. Is 7? 7? This is 17 long spark. This is also... this is 16 long spark. So 33 long spark, can't hit long S. Not even consistently. Nowhere near consistently. This game is slimeable, bro. Okay, go next. Goodbye. Good night. See you guys. I'll see you guys around. Catch you later. Y'all. Bye.